Bring it down here. I think it should be okay. Okay. So the item height and the actual height, I think we need to bound those to constants again. So let's grab this. This is the height of the entire grid box. So this is grid box height. And it's this. And then max visible grid items. Hi Fluxo. We're doing an update on the test build for map makers. We're doing some features. I'm not planning on playing much today, unless I do particularly well with debugging. So it's going to be primarily coding in C and with commentary and a bit of debugging. Good to have you here though. I hope that's you're not disappointed. Hi Fairby. I had a fun idea. Well, I didn't have a fun idea. Marek had a fun idea, and I had a fun idea for an implementation of a feature, which is grouping the custom variables that are visible on screen and making them visually distinctive from each other. And I had an excellent idea and implemented it fairly quickly. I am amazing as always. And then I had to add the drop-down button to the grid box. And that's what I've been doing for the past 3 hours, adding a drop-down button to a grid box. Seems absolutely impossible, but I think I finally figured out a way to do it. I can't make it a purely dynamic object because the structure is too complex and needs to be initialized. It's not a static structure like a generic button. It's a dynamic one. So what I have to do instead is I have to initialize them all of the possible drop-down buttons ahead of the time, and then hide and unhide them, and give them attributes depending on what's happening on the screen. So I am basically restarting the, not restarting the implementation, but rewriting the initialization. And I started talking to myself, and I thought, you know what? If I'm already talking to myself and I'm sat at my computer, why not stream that? Okay, so I need some more constants for the grid box. So we got the height, we got the max visible items. We're gonna bind that to grid box height. Is it 23 times? 23. Okay, and item height is 28. So define grid box item height is 28. You use programming terms, you clearly refactor. I'm not refactoring the code, okay? I'm not refactoring. It's okay, I'm debugging. It's not a refactor. I'm already on third refactor. At this point, it's not a refactor anymore. It's a refactor if you do it once, and then it's refactored. I've done it 3 times, and it's still not refactored, so can't take that, mate. So that is going to be by the grid box item, and then that's a macro. Cool. And constants. It's 1 macro and 2 constants. But whatever, that's fine. So this needs to be grid box height. item height? No, grid box height. And this is grid box item height. Cable is annoying. It's getting in my way. I am very on the edge today. Everything is pissing me off a bit, but I've also had a pretty good day at work, so I guess it's just like random ADHD. At the same time, I'm very restless. I need to do something, motivated and driven, but I'm also quite frustrated. And I've also started this to as an attempt to kind of calm myself down and focus a bit. Because if I know that people are watching me, if someone is listening to what I'm saying, then I need to make sense, don't I? That's the deal. Okay, so that's done. Now let's have a look at, okay, so the init color drop down. So this initializes all of those items. That's cool. And when it initializes them, it needs to set them to hidden. So this one, buttons 0. 0 is the anchor, and that's supposed to be is hidden 1. So hide the anchor. A drop-down button is just an array of complex buttons. A complex button is a structure that's basically a generic button but with more parameters. So a complex button is just a generic button with 20 more parameters. It has a left-click handler and a right-click handler like every other button, but it also has a hover handler. It has a bunch of parameters like is focus, clicked, is active, hidden, disabled state. So it handles all of that internally. The idea is that instead of having to set all of the parameters and set all of the logic and drawing functions, everything is handled already within this file. Like there's a complex button, there's a bunch of functions that draw it in accordance with preset values so that every complex button looks the same and draws the same. And you don't have to write, oh, text here, mouse here, the image here, border here. No, all of that is handled. You just initialize it, draw it, handle input. So you have 3 calls to it. Init, draw, handle. And drop-down button is a collection of those, with the 0th one being an anchor for the rest of them. And it basically, if you click on it, it activates a bit of code that sets all of the other ones in the array to visible and shows them, and it hijacks all of the input. That's the idea. So when we are in we're in custom variables there, please pull it up. The construction clear is not relevant, XML is not relevant at the moment, controller is not, and creator is not. We're just doing UI for the past 3 hours. We've just been doing UI. So this is drawing. No, this is init. That's great. This will set it to a default width, and the default width will be the width of the widest piece of text given to it. So what I need to do is I need to preset the width to a constant value, which is already here. That's 40, and not the address, please, like this. And there's a calculated height, which I also would like to be the height of a button number 3. Button number 3 is name, I think. Okay, more or less. So this should do. So now all of those should be initialized and hidden. And now what we need to do is when drawing the actual buttons, what we need to do is we need to update the hidden status for each. So before we draw anything, so this is draw variable item. I think I need to go to the draw foreground. That's where we're gonna draw foreground. There. Okay, draw foreground. It draws the grid box, and then on top of that, after the constant buttons, we want to draw. No, not that. We want to draw. Where are my snippets? I had snippets for that. Where's the snippet? God damn it. Copilot is getting in the way of my snippets. Okay, that's fine. Unsigned int is okay, and we are going to num max visible grid items. So this is 13. Should evaluate to 13. And for each of those, we are drawing. For each of those, we are drawing the drop-down button. Drop-down button draw. And the eye is this. So that's all that we need for drawing. However, custom variables in use. So for each of those, we need to set. Okay, so I needs to be smaller than max visible grid items, and I needs to be smaller than data custom variables in use. So we don't want to draw any more than is necessary, and here we're going to do this one. Anchor is hidden equals 0. So unhide the anchor. Drop down button has no field buttons. Neat. Come on, buttons. And this is not an address. Yeah? No? Operand. I swear to God, I hate those operands. What I could do is I could initiate pointer and set that pointer to be this, and then do the operation on this. Like that. Still doesn't like it. Union type, but it has a drop down type. Why is that wrong? Is it this? Am I double applying that? No. Maybe I do it straight out of the bat. Like that. Still doesn't like it. Why is that wrong? Can't use GPT here. Let's use Copilot. No, it's just this file. But I want to add the full file custom variables as context. Why is this syntax incorrect for DD buttons? Tell me. Syntax is incorrect because DD is a pointer to a button, not the structure itself. So in the selected code, I'm using dot on a pointer. Okay. Ah, right. So just the opposite order of arrow into the dot. Okay. I mean, that's great. So the only problem now is I need to handle the input for all of those buttons. And there's a few of them. Okay, so let's go on to handle input. And this is trash. Absolute rubbish. And instead, can I just do for not hide it, just drop down button, handle mouse, and give it this there. And if this, then window invalidate. So we're gonna try and do if a drop-down button is handled, and drop-down button is handled when it's clicked on or it has another important function to perform, like hide other stuff. This is no longer necessary. Neither is this. We can go back to the bare bones that was here before. Move this back here so that it's clear where it belongs. And I think the handling of those can go before the actual grid box handling. Okay. Give me compilation errors. No compilation errors. That's not good. That means that either it's working or I'll have no idea why it's not working. Okay, that's very good. And I've had... This is the problem. So, when it's handling them, it's handling all of them at once. That's not great. Yeah, so I'm back to this square, where I have all of them being handled at the same time. Why? They are all separate structures. Okay. Let's get back to this. So there's the handler. Wait, why is it? No, that's a grid box here. So I'm giving it the correct one. It handles all of them, supposedly. And if it finds a click, then it returns one and goes to window invalidate. Why is it seeing all of them at the same time? They have individual properties. Is it something in the drop-down button handling? I think I know what this is gonna be. This is gonna be an issue with the set dimensions. So this is the mouse in dialogue. And a mouse in dialogue is offset by screen dialogue. So what is going to be happening here, I believe, is... let me put Augustus back on here in the corner there. So, it's going to go through this, and the M dialogue has its properties. What's going to happen? If I go into this, 0 buttons, not handled, and then it handles the origin. It's going to handle the origin. Let me delete those watches and let me get mouse X. Probably not like that, is it? It's mouse. No, it is. It's gonna be mouse with a arrow. X. Yeah, okay, it's MX and Y. And I want to know my. We're gonna go into that anyway, so let's go here. Oh, and this is already looking... Okay, it goes back. It goes back on click. That's fine. And we are now handling the complex button, and we can get the pointer to the button, get its X, and get its Y. Yeah. Okay. Let me pull that away. I'm not sure if I'll be able to show everything, but let me try. If I move my VS Code to the other screen, is it still going to be visible on stream? Yeah, somehow, somewhat. Okay, that's fine. I can put the over here. Okay. So. Okay, we're back to this one. So it's only gonna handle this input if it's here, I think. Okay, let me unpause it, run it, hover this, and now if drop down handle mouse, yep, here. Get the mouse back, cool, and now go down. There. Okay, so I have X607, button width 40, that's great, button height 17. So it's not hitting the X already. Wait, so let's go set up an actual pointer here and remove the other one from the no. This one on, this one off. Let's run. Okay. So now when I hover here, should be... Okay, it's updating. It's updating. Cool. So now I'm in the middle of this. And... Okay, 600 and something. 614. That should absolutely be in, but it's not. It's the height that isn't matching. So something is not updating. The perceived position of the other button is being updated by being inside dialogue. And this one is expecting global, I think. I think that's the problem. But why is it handing over? Okay, what happens here? It doesn't update any of the positions. Okay. So if I go into the very corner, that should be showing roughly like 0, 0. And it is. Okay. So it's somewhat like a 0, 0 in here. Is it just the padding that I need to add or something? And so the Y is very much off. Yeah. I do wonder. I think it's updating the Y position of the buttons wrong. I think that's the issue. Because it doesn't seem... It's difficult to pinpoint it. Because the values are offset. And I have to do all the math in my head. But... if I... So this updates the width and the height. Why not also update... Why not also update the other dimensions, right? So... color dropdowns I... X... Why is that wrong? Dropdown button has no... Oh... the anchor of it is going to be buttons 0 X. Yay, okay. And like this. And the same for Y. So for the I coordinate, dropdown buttons Y. Yeah, let's say that. So the X, I think, was fine. I don't think X needs updating, but I think Y does. This is setting it for all visible slots. That's not what we want. So it is the setup that is incorrect. You don't need to update those. It's the init. Yeah, here. But it's... Oh. I think it's just the anchor that needs to be adjusted once. Yeah. But no, this is initially... this initializes them all in the same place. I don't want that. I don't want that. Or do I? Let's search for that and .x. Color dropdowns. This is for the dropdowns. And the XY are going to be the XY coordinates of the anchor as well. So, if my offset was by like 8, should I just... If I set this to 8, will this work? Will it just push everything down 8 pixels? I'm so lost. Don't want this to stop, thank you. Okay, this is promising. Not. Oh, okay. That was interesting behavior. They disappeared, and then once I hover it, it reappears. It's so weird. There must be some loop that is updating this code. Let's go to the drawing function. Draw foreground. It's not complex, but it's here. Draw foreground. Yeah, so we're doing this. And we are drawing them. So let's have a look at the color drop-downs. And let's inspect them one by one. The buttons. Y is 109. Y is 109. So all of them get the same Y and X. That's the problem. They are being drawn elsewhere for some reason. But the inherent coordinates are in the same place. I wonder if this is because, yeah, old implementation, draw variable box. This is going out. And this is going out as well. And if I remove that, will this work now? Yes, you're doing something. Stop popping up. Okay, that's something. There's only one, and it's in the very corner. Yes, okay. All right, now we're cooking. Yeah, whatever. Button variable checkbox. What? No. Forget about it. Okay. So they are moved. There's only one button. They're all in the same place. So when doing... We can actually set them up immediately in the right coordinates. Right? I could initialize them all with zeros and then get the right one. Does the variable item... Okay, so here I know the index. I know the index. So I can... Okay, maybe I overcorrected with doing this. Yeah. That's what we can do. And in the foreground drawing, we don't have to do that. Don't have to do that because every button is gonna be drawn with its friends. Okay. So update button positions runs on every frame, so we can utilize that. Set the actual correct coordinates and do we... No, not here. In the drawing. We're gonna have to adjust the positions while drawing. This is rubbish. Drop down. This is not drop... Yes. Drop down? Yes, this is the drop down. And this is the ID from here. Yep. So we got one. And then we adjust its X correctly. Adjust its Y correctly. With this preset, calculated height. No, calculated height needs to happen early. So calculated height is something that you set for the drop-down button if you have height that you want it to be. So I'm using it here in the update of the no, that's also too late, I think. Okay, this one might be a red herring, so let me just comment that out. When initializing, Yeah, so there's a calculated height already here. I've done it in like 3 different places. That's why it's all messy like that. So you set it width, you set its height, you initialize it, and you set it to hidden. Done. That's initialization. We now go on to drawing, and in the drawing, we adjust the positions basing on the values that we were given. So in update button positions, now we are looking for draw item. Excuse me. Draw item, draw variable item there. Here, so we got the ID and custom variable get value, get name. We got all of the information here. Variables, IDs. Okay, we got the ID even. Right. So we could even selected index and selected value. That's useful. Expanded width pacing. Okay. I'm gonna do the final handling in the end, but I can leave a note for myself here that the way to achieve connecting the selected color to the custom variable is through the left click handler for the option. It needs to grab selected index from the drop down and set the custom variables color accordingly there. So that's how we're gonna achieve that. If I run this now, will this work? I think so. I think the hidden part is still gonna be a problem. Yeah, okay. So this is initialized, but we also need it. Oh, okay. We need to unhide it. Drop down buttons. 0 is hidden. 0 there. I think that will run it. I really hope that will run it. Come on, come on. Come on. Come on, baby. Say you dare. Okay, that's one. No, why does it keep doing that? Why is there only one item here? Handling. Okay, I might have not adjusted handling accordingly. Drop down handle. Wait, what is the handling? Is it? No, it's still only the latter that is working. What the hell is going on? Color drop. So it, but it goes through all of them. That's not how we want to do stuff. I think this is the bit here. That's a big adjustment. And I think this is the problem here. I might need... Wait a minute! Just get the global mouse. Holy shit. That's what I can do. Just handle this before I handle the mouse in dialogue, because everything is set. No, is this set in the dialogue? Is it? I don't know anymore. No, it is in the dialogue. No, okay. Well, has it been adjusted? So it's been adjusted. Fuck. Okay. I think I've run myself into a corner. So what is happening here is the generic buttons handle mouse allows for an offset to be given. It's for pushing input into directions in a custom way, while drop down is supposed to be handled globally. It doesn't want offsets. That's what's happening. But I thought that at this stage... Oh, crap. This is gonna be the problem. So these are being adjusted, I think, weirdly. If I just set this to more global... Yeah. Okay, hold on. X is fine, the Y is the problem. So instead of doing that, let's set it to item. What is the item? It's this. And this? Wait. I am extremely confused. This is the last time that I'm trying to put a drop down into a grid box, I swear to God. Okay, now none of them work. Which is reassuring. Wait, do they not work nowhere? No, they work nowhere. How is it? So this should be run a good couple of times. Let's remove Augustus for a moment. This bit should be running all the time, yeah. So the Y is 81. What is it for the next one? 81. Next one. Wait, oh, am I not clicking? 81. 109. Okay, so it is. It is. But let's have a look at the handle input again. Oh, I moved this. It's dialogue here. As I removed the context. So what I did is I earlier thought, oh, maybe I can utilize the global mouse, but I can't. Global mouse is everything here is happening in the dialogue, so I need to account for the dialogue, not anything else. So if I now grab back the mouse in dialogue for the handling instead of mouse in... Still not. Still not. What is it doing? I think the mistake is that I'm tying it again to the variables here. That is such a hacky way to do it. Oh my days. Okay. Focus. I've put a lot of effort into refactoring the code underneath it. I'm not gonna get destroyed by this, whatever this is. Okay, what if, let's think inside the box for a moment instead of outside the box. What if I put the drop down button and pack it into a generic button? The generic button is a static one, and I could... No, there's no way to do that. There's a smart way to do it, at least. I'll have to write a whole bunch of... Okay, no, that's not a variable option. Okay. We have handling of the constant buttons, and we have drawing. Okay. First things first, I'm going to remove the drawing logic from individual gridbox items. I want to unmarry completely these two. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. So variable item, which is going to ignore the existence of gridbox completely. So we're gonna head over to foreground, and we are going to set up our drawing here. So for unsigned int, not number of buttons, this is gonna be max visible grid items. No focus, no nothing, but instead we are going to do this for every one of them. So Indo is going to be doing drawing and a setup, drawing and a setup. This, the X, this is going to be from I. So the X of it is fine. The X can absolutely be item buttons for, yeah, for sure, that's fine. And the Y is the only issue here. So when we are starting, I just need to grab the I just need to grab the top left corner of the dialogue that we are in, basically. I don't know where it's going to be stored. Maybe do it like this. Int drop down y equals, yeah, variable buttons 1, variable margin vertical, yeah? Sounds about right. Variable buttons y. But this is marrying to the grid box again. I kind of want to marry it to the dialogue instead. Populate list, callback. At the moment of the initiation of the call dropdowns, the grid box doesn't even exist. So we shouldn't be using that, that's for sure. So let's not do that. We never have to update any positions. Remove that. We do it a static way. Custom variables. I don't know where the top corner is. Come on. Speak to me. Okay, you know what? Let's try it like that. And that is gonna be row, not width. Where is height? Grid box item height. Oh, like this. Plus drop down y. Nope. What? Drop down y times I, right? More or less. Why is this 4 not working? Right, it is. Okay. I think so. Maybe. Okay. Now that's nice. They're clearly being drawn immediately. And we are missing some stuff. Okay. So the X needs to be further. Hey, Alex. Yes, it's the bug fest. I'm struggling with an interface issue. Okay, I'm gonna push it to this and definitely need to decrease. Okay, so what happens if I actually introduce variables? Nothing. Those buttons stay in place. They're not moving at all. Okay. They need to be moved further to the right. Okay. Let's have a look. Drop down Y. What is the drop down? Oh, no, that's terrible. No, we don't need to do that. Drop down. It's not drop down Y. It's going to be Y plus drop down Y. I think that's what we need. And they need to be DD buttons Y. This is the button hidden 0 now. It needs to be hidden. So do they all start out as hidden? I already forgot. Do they start out as hidden? Yes, they start out as hidden. So when we're drawing them, we unhide them. That's correct. and this I needs to be lower than data custom variables in use that. Okay, I think so. With the X, it's this plus item buttons for width plus 4? I don't know. No. I think just that. Oh, and plus padding. Plus button padding. Okay. Okay, let's see if they draw correctly, because I've just basically made them super static. They're not moving at all. They're doing nothing except hiding and unhiding. Okay, love that. Perfect. So now they are showing up. Push them further to the right. That's for sure. Ooh, okay. Weird, but that's fine. Push them to the right and figure out what goes next after that. Push them to the right. Where was I here? X plus width plus this. How is it still not the right position? X plus width plus padding. Item buttons. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Visible checkbox. The width is probably set to 0 or something. Yeah. There's going to be X plus checkbox width plus buttons padding. That should be okay. And the width is already preset beforehand. Don't do that. Just draw it. The handling was weird, but we'll undo that. We'll undo the handling. Today at work, we have a Teams meeting, and we have this feature from Microsoft Loop or something, and it wasn't working. And like they screwed up something with the access or removed it or something and moved it to another Teams channel, and it didn't work. And 3 different people on the call tried to open a loop, and someone basically pulled up a screenshot or something, and I said, "Oh, it seems like we are out of the loop." And I got there like a very polite chuckle, and I said, "Thank you. I'll be here all week." Yeah, that was the best. That was the highlight of the day at work. Okay, why does it not move at all? What if I just bump it at like 50 pixels, like randomly? Ignore what it is and just see if this is even the one, if this is even what's happening. Because I think it might not be. I think I might be setting the X wrong in all the place. The music is cool. I found a new playlist. No, it did move. Okay. Okay. This again. This shit happens again. Why? Why does it keep happening? What happens if I add more? So maybe the 2 is just unlucky number. Maybe it's the 0-based indexing issue. No. If I add more, only the last one is my... I know why that is. I know why that is. Because in this one, only one drop-down button can be on highlight. Okay. Okay. So if I clicked on another one, it won't do anything? No. Why does it not do anything? Let's do this. Okay. Gonna have to move that to a smaller window here. Because it's real size, unfortunately. Real proportions or something. So when I move it to a smaller screen, it looks a bit wonky. So if I hover on the blue thing, come on, pick up my mouse. There we go. Picked up my mouse. And while I'm doing that, What is happening in here? Button width, button height. How far is my mouse? Off, okay. Something is screwing up complex buttons geometry. Something is messing it up. And I guess I should have used more constants. That's probably going to be the problem here. But can't be that many places. In here. Okay, let's pull that back up. Make it smaller, please. Right. Why are those getting changed? What is up with the .y? Item, 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 item. But why do they all have the same? Okay, 163, 163. That's impossible. They should not be doing that. Color drop downs. Let me see this again. Drawing foreground. I think this is where the issue might be. Okay. So we have the... Am I like not removing the... Yeah, okay. Ah. I think what I'm doing is I'm forgetting to reset the values. Because it seems like all of the buttons have values already in them. Yeah, they all do. Every single button. It's ridiculous. The Y should be changing. Okay, let's do it like this. Let's add a watch. You know what? Let's remove all of those. Let's add a watch for the... Right, so this is the Y position of the anchor. 163. Because this equals to 163. Should. Grid box item height is undefined. What are you talking about? It's absolutely defined. It's 28. Why is that not working then? Okay. Change this to 28. Oh, see? So this is supposed to be 79. So this is the first button. And the second one... 307. And that should be drawn. So now if I have a look at... color drop downs again, and so there's 0 as a button at 133. Why is that happening? I'm currently looking at the second one, this one. It's buttons. Is this always showing me the last, or is it always showing me the first? So every single one is already set to this. But we should... Okay. When we set them up... this is definitely not cool. Color drop downs. Oh! So this sets them up. Origin. We shouldn't ever be changing the Y position. Why am I doing that? They are already set up at the start. I can do it like this. Init. Is hidden. Color drop downs. Afterwards, we can do from this dot x equals this. But they would have to be after the buttons. When are those set? When are they set? Where's the init? Init, populate list, init, populate list, grid box init. I have no idea where those buttons are set up. I can find that though. Dot x equals this one. Okay, so it's update buttons, item buttons positions, and that isn't called until drawing the background. So that won't work. We can't use that. What we're gonna have to do is we're gonna have to basically recreate this drawing. So everything that is happening here is happening within the dialogue. So I just have to search where this is being set up and just recreate that. So this is variable buttons width with minus variables buttons item margin horizontal. This is predetermined. So 608. Okay, so for the time being, set this up to 608. And what's the this 608? What is this equal to? Oh, I hate you. Just evaluate. Why doesn't my debugger understand constants? 598. Sure, we'll figure it out. 598, and this is going to be grid box item height plus height y plus the offset is I think 8 for the base. And we just need to do this. Dot y is this. Busted debugger explains a lot. True, but do you think that this is a debugger's fault that this is not picking up this constants, or is it something else that's going on here? Because I've been using the same debugger for a very long time. This is just supposed to be the classic MSVC 64-bit. Get rid of this. Okay, I think that should compile. And we're supposed to get rid of this in favor of something like 598. Temporary offset screen position. Sure, let's do that. Console, run that again. So what is definitely happening that is very wrong is all of the anchors have the same Y position, and this is why the last one is the only active one. Why do they have all the same Y position is something that I don't quite understand at the moment, but okay, sure. It's hidden. They're here, but they're hidden. So you need to unhide them. The button 0 is hidden 0, like this, and this is no longer necessary. Try again. Last time I was adding a drop down to a menu, it took me 15 minutes. Now this is a 4th hour. Okay. The next one is probably out of bounds. I've messed up something in the maths again. In the setup. Go away. Drop down. Item height times I. That doesn't look correct. That doesn't look correct. It's 28 times. Oh, height. This is the problem. We want a checkbox. That's the same as height because they are squares. And let's get let's actually shed some light onto that one, that part in particular, because this is where I feel like we are losing our minds and our religion. Okay, so we start with the first one. Are they zeroed out at the start? Yeah, okay, they are all completely null. Great. These ones null? Yeah, all null. Okay, fantastic. And so the width is being set to 40. Perfect. Height is being set to 25. We initiate it. And we only give it one at a time. Correct. Yeah, and the first one now is initiated. That's great. Number of buttons there. That's perfect. And the first one is X00. It's okay. It's hidden. The X we set to 598 to be on the right side. That already works. And the Y we set up to 8. Okay, and then it goes. 36. 64. That seems very reasonable. What is it going to arrive at when I'm done? What the fuck? Let's check the debugger. Where are they? Drawing. Okay. And we have them. Why is the first ones? So the Y is 344. This one. Okay. What on earth is happening? I am completely lost. Fuck me. I am this close, and you can't see how close I'm holding my fingers, but I'm this close to just hard coding every single position in this thing. And make it constant buttons. Fuck off. What's going on? Init color drop down. Why do all of them have the same Y position? Maybe I left some bugger somewhere in the code. Checkbox. It doesn't seem like that. Okay. Copilot. Let's try you again. Let's ask. I have the anchor of every one of my 13. Is it 13? 12. Every one of my 12 drop-down buttons. Which is drop-down buttons 0. The Y position is set to the exact same value for every item in the array, and I can't figure out why, because my init runs only once and seems to set Y coordinates correctly. Draw foreground, you have this code, blah blah blah. It's like recalculating the position. That's possible. Drop down button Y. This is the init. This is the application of geometry. Okay, what I can do... Wait, I did set up Visual Studio for this. Not Studio Code, Visual Studio. What if we try to do it this way? Oh my god, I'm gonna have to configure CMake canal? Be a little generous, please. Simulation finished. Huh? Okay. Let's try open folder Augustus SLC. Yeah, sure, open SLC. No, this is strange. I've never used Studio before. Okay, I might be overreacting. I should stay to what I know, I think, at least for today. Maybe next time I'm gonna try with proper Studio, but right now just the Studio Code. So, I am going to set up breakpoints in every instance where a Y coordinate is adjusted. Not here and not here. Okay. Here it's been adjusted. No, can't be. Can it? This shouldn't be a problem, but I think this one might be. Okay, I have a feeling that this might be what is happening, but alternatively, let's also do this. Name and name, that's definitely not my bit. No, it shouldn't be. No, no, no. Okay. This isn't happening, this and this isn't happening. Okay. I think that this might be the culprit. That maybe I'm calling init too many times, but no, so... So when this is called, it adjusts the Y, but then we readjust the Y. So I'm not sure what is going to be happening here. Okay. I'm gonna set up so this is gonna be color drop downs, 0 buttons, 0 dot y. So we're gonna just see one at a time only. I just want to remove this one expression. Why is the X button all the way to the right? This is ridiculous. Copy that and add a couple more with the first one. Not that, sorry. Not one here. I did this, and here, one here, there, okay. 2 and 3. Sure, the first 4 should be enough. I didn't need to check all of them. Let's run this again. Because this is the first time that I'm doing a drop down in an array, and I think that might be the problem that I'm doing this in an array. I'm gonna move this to the side. Go back to there. Okay. This is being set. This is being set. These ones are not we're not actually interested in, because these ones are for the buttons. They're from the origin. Okay. And where we are here. Okay. Sets this up for the first one. It resets. It already reset the first one. It's the init. Holy shit. Where is it? Memory set the buttons. Is that it? Count, mem set. Okay, I think I need to inspect this. Okay, so I see what is happening. The same Y is being applied to every single one. That's no longer a secret here. Now, as long as there's one, it's alright. But why is that so low? Okay, so this is the last one from the 13. That makes sense. Okay. So I would like to find out now. Why is it that the init function ruins the previous one? Did I not set a static or something? Holy shit, don't tell me. Maybe. Maybe I'm supposed to do it like this. Okay, and we go to custom variables. Okay. Blah blah blah. You set the first one. Okay. Now we're setting the second one. Okay, this DD buttons 0. Drop down button storage. max count. Wait. Is it really that stupid? They have a limit too low. Right. We have the first one with the Y at 5. Yeah, it sets them all up. I think I might have to have AI explain this to me. This is clearly where the problem. VD button. Am I passing it an entire array or something? Is this supposed to be a pointer or something? This is expression as a unit type. Okay. No, it shouldn't be like that. I don't think. It's not supposed to be a pointer. Okay, let's ask Copilot, because this is memory manipulation again. So everything that I hate that when that happens, because it, like, code is fine, but what I am completely unaware, oblivious, that's the word. I'm completely oblivious to the memory manipulation that goes behind the scenes in C. So I just get my values completely overwritten for a reason I don't understand, and it's definitely something to do with how I declared something. So let's ask him. Here we can close everything to the right. I don't think anything else is necessary here. All we are looking at right now is custom variables, drop-down buttons, and complex buttons. That's all that we need. Close everything. So add all of the editors, and now ask him very nicely, when I init the drop-down buttons, know why I am that stupid. Hold on. Hi, Johan. Welcome to the madhouse. Okay. Let's try iteration 1, iteration 2, iteration 3. No, it's still mem sets it. What the fuck is going on? Is every single one of them being... Wait, I think I know. Shit. So, this is the file that is handling the memory here. And when you initialize it, it uses its own storage. Fuck. I think because of this one single stupid mistake, that code was absolutely incapable of handling more than one drop-down at a time. Because I was resetting the memory after initialization. So, yeah, now. No, this is gonna be this storage access violation. Why? This DD buttons is not initialized at all yet. Drop-down button storage is an array of complex buttons, and we're gonna have 20 of those. That we need to go back to that. I'm fixing the lead compiler did. No, so that was it's long time ago. But yeah, I'm still working on the exact same piece of shit. Yeah. So to catch you up on what's been happening is, I think you're the only one here now. I've got a problem with the drop-down buttons where I have an array, a static array of drop-down buttons, and something keeps taking the Y position and setting the same Y position to all of them. And I can draw them differently, but the inherent structure, the actual object behind it, has a Y position, and all of those buttons in that array have the same Y position. It keeps getting reset, and I'm trying to figure out why. And I thought that I had it in here, but now it's getting... Okay. So the drop-down buttons... This is a container. It's a buffer for the complex buttons that make up the drop-down. So you initialize it. It gives you a static. Huh. Okay. I'm gonna ditch the simple in it, and I'm gonna do the proper in it. I don't think... Okay, I think I'm gonna have to note down, with the drop-down button, you can't simple in it them all. I think this will fix it. Okay. One final fucking time. We are going to need a container for the complex buttons. This is enough. And now we're gonna need complex buttons. Okay, hold the horses. So we get color fragments. I think I'm gonna need a dynamic array here. Otherwise, I'm gonna need... No, I don't need to do that. Okay, let's do it the stupidest way. I'll just get it to work, and then we'll think about how to make it better. So let's get a static complex button. Is you need to be array. So we're gonna have color drop down options. So this is gonna be what is being displayed for every one of those, and this is gonna be max visible grid items 10. Yeah, that sounds about right. I didn't know that C operates on multi-dimensional matrices like that. But hopefully it works. So drop down button options, and we just need to initialize them. Complex button. Complex button doesn't have an init, does it? Now we're just gonna have a complex button. Yeah, complex button. Color drop down options. Is it storage? No, it's not storage. Why is it Copilot trying to take me to storage? Drop down options. We're gonna have for 1 to 10. Oh, that's how I can do that. color drop down options here. 0, 1, sequence. No. Options. my 16 alt account's not watching though. I think my 16 alt accounts can't handle a bit of Visual Studio on the screen, and it really discourages them. Okay, I'm trying to focus. So I need to set up 13 static drop down buttons, because it's maximum 13 visible at any given time, and I'm just going to change the IDs for them dynamically later. That's fine. At the moment, I need to set up a static memory reserved for all of the options. So every single complex button has to have its individual memory, because otherwise, if we're using the init simple, then this is what's happening. Okay. How do I set up? So I haven't used, I think, a proper one. Drop down button init regular. It's not used. Okay, so this is the first time I'm gonna have to use it. What was the dingy ding? So you give it for the proper init, you give the drop down button, which is the anchor, and then you give it all the complex buttons, and give it a number of buttons, width and spacing and padding. Okay, I can handle that. But I do need to give it an array of complex buttons. So that's the one. Is it gonna set up the option? Set up options, finalize, drop down, drop down, complex button. Okay, we'll figure it out. I think all of the stuff that is needed is just the array. 0 to 10. Let's do it like this. This goes inside of that one. Ignore this. Okay, so for every drop down, we set up 10 color fragments. I'm gonna have to have 2 separate variables. So this is gonna be I and J in a classic school computer science fashion. And so this is gonna be I of J. Yeah, it's gonna be I of J. Sequence. Yeah, what are the what I need to set? I need to set sequence. I need to set sequence position, I think. I don't need to do that. I think the sequence is enough. And there's going to be this many of them, and now onto the init. So this is going to be drop down button init, and the main, we need an anchor, and the anchor is this. I need the address of it. After the anchor comes the array of buttons, and this is gonna be color drop down options I. That's great. Does that need to be an address as well, or a pointer? Is it gonna be a pointer? No. I guess I just give it that like that. What is next afterwards? Come on. Give me information. Number of buttons. That's 10. It's 10 colors. The width, color drop down width, and spacing and padding. Sure, that works. And now if I remove that, all I need to do is make sure that the anchor. No, that the I made a confusing bit. Is it aligning with the? It's aligning with the origin. Geometry, origin's geometry as an anchor. The buttons. Oh, okay. So this is okay. I remember what I was doing. So in a proper init, not a simple one, you are just using the array of complex buttons basically, and the dropdown is just a container for that. So this is what we do, and we need to make sure that this one, the anchor, has a correct position. How do we do that? So this 0, sure, style is also good, is hidden 1 actually. Yeah, so like that is hidden, and then not disabled, but now I need to set up the X. That's going to be 598 in the main example, and the Y, grid box height, no, can't do that. Can I? Maybe I can. I think this is correct. And then even that. Okay. Show me the money. Show me the money. I forgot to unhide them. Max available grid items. Does it go through the re-init every time there's a new variable? Window invalidate. It's only once here, and it's on mine. That's not good. So, in terms of hiding and unhiding, I know I can do that in draw item draw variable item click. No, variable item draw. Variable item draw. Draw variable item, there's but so in here I can do it already from here. So the ID is there, and I just want color drop down options. Item index is hidden 0. Yeah, so if it's being drawn, then unhide the associated color drop down. Please work. I am at the end of my wits with this thing. I never thought that was going to be this difficult to set up a bloody interface thing. No, the unhide doesn't work. Is it being overwritten? It's hidden. 0. Oh, it runs, I think. Index 0 is 0. Is hidden 0. Yeah. Okay, so the Y are finally correct. But they are either hidden or they have a wrong X coordinate, maybe? 598. I don't know. Maybe I just unhide them. Maybe I'll unhide them. I'd rather have too many than too few. You know what I mean? Yeah, so no hiding at the moment. Let me just see all of them, and let me see all of them work. It's not there. It's straight up not there. Drawing probably? Draw foreground. This bit might be problematic. Okay. It is drawing it. I suppose the geometry must be off. Why else wouldn't I see it? It's hidden in one. Yeah, good call. No, doesn't occur. It's just it's hidden 0. I don't think any of them are hidden. So no, at the draw time, they're there. I think it's the geometry that is wrong here. They are initialized. Color drop downs. Let's trace it. Visible. Geometry looks fine. Compass balance. This is the anchor. It's not hidden. It's going through all of the clip rectangle. Like it's going through all of the motions. I've got a feeling that I screwed up geometry somewhere. Is the drop function properly called and reset? The draw is definitely properly called. We just tested that. I genuinely think that it might be the geometry of the buttons. If you call the draw function on the drop down, it then calls on drawing of all of the children. So it goes into buttons 0, 1, 2, 3, and so on, and draws only the 0 if it's not expanded, and if it's expanded, draws 1 through to whatever is the limit. You know what? Maybe the button is uninitialized somehow. What does the complex button need? X, Y, yada yada yada. Okay. Sequence, parameters, image before, image after. No, it does. It does look like it's drawing everything. It's even showing up here. So let's do for the first one 0, 0, X 0, 0 hidden. Can I move those? Yeah, so here the last passenger here in those expressions, it's probably poorly visible. So like that. There's an error here. How? No, okay, that's all. Okay, let's try it again. Let's try that again. The count? No. Don't know. Okay. There, and they should be being drawn. Drop down button, draw. Look, so this is triggering. And there's a bunch of them, and it's clear. That's not hidden, it's supposed to be is hidden. It's not hidden. So Y is 8, X is 598. Should be working. Always draw origin, okay. Let's have a look at the button in here. Let's have a look at the button. This is a complex button, there's the anchor. That's weird. It's not. Oh, height. It doesn't have height. There. Found the culprit. That's amazing, actually. So the width is calculated, but height isn't. Calculated height. I did give it calculated height, but that's not how it works here, does it? Okay. Color drop down options, height, color drop down options. Like this, width, color, Right, so I'm gonna have to work on that function. That's not very handy to have to set it up like that. I just need to understand how exactly it works in these situations. So what was the death of me there is that simple init only works for one. You can't simple init multiple drop downs. They will fail because they share memory. You could set it up differently, but I'm not smart enough. So there we go. Okay, now we're talking. Nice. Okay, getting into the swing of things. And we're gonna figure out all of the rest. Oh, glorious. That's fantastic. Oh, you can't even see it. Sorry. That's so silly of me. There. It's visible. They're here. They're here. Let me move that out of the way. Like here. There. Okay. So, now we have those buttons. New button is added. I've got some issues with resetting, but let's not worry about that. Let's not let that spoil the fun. They're being added. Okay. So the initial Y needs to be the Y of the grid offset here. Y is not +8. It's plus grid box H? No. 79. Okay, let's just say 79 for starters. 79 plus 8. That should solve it. And the sequence, I forgot to attach the sequence. The sequence length I forgot to set. Sequence size is 10. Try again. XY coordinates seem really well placed. I'm not sure if that's sarcasm or not, but it was finally like I figured out the reason why it wasn't working. So there. Why? What is your problem? Complex button draw. Fucking static memory thing is again. So it goes here, goes in the complex button draw. Draw default style, and get sequence width, and the sequence the text is null. Button sequence size, fragment label, text group 1000, text ID number 0. Okay, sequence size. What is the problem? Long text get width. The sequence here. Go into this, and length text with text group 1000, text ID is correct, font is correct. What's the problem then? Get width, long get string. Is the string empty? Is the string empty? Group number. Okay, I know. This. J. This one is going through J, not through I. So I screwed up the fragments. I really need to figure out a better way to do this. One step at a time. This will work now. I promise. This will work now. Why? What's wrong this time? Text ID. Yeah. Works. Sorry. Oh, because it's increasing here by I. Okay. Now it works. Oh, this track. It's the famous chess player / DJ who I don't know. I've shilled for her so much. But Andrea Botas does very... Okay, it's switching. Okay, there are some other issues here, clearly. But we're getting there. Okay, so the Y needs a bit of an adjustment, and it seems to be setting up one... What the fuck is going on, man? It's overwriting it. It's overwriting it. This needs to be taken out and started here. So this is for int I equals 0, blah blah blah. This, and this is supposed to be j. Let's say k, just to be absolutely safe, because I am not good with memory. Not here, not in this stream. So color fragments, we only have 10. They are static thing in memory. And every subsequent one is supposed to be pointing to... Yeah, the sequence is the full sequence. Ah, yeah, that is the problem. Oh. Probably didn't need to take it out to a separate loop, but whatever. Get it working first. Get it nice second. Don't worry about all of the signed, unsigned mismatches. They are not real. I can't hurt you. I was supposed to adjust the Y. Not quite there. Now everything's blue. Oh, why the fuck? Okay, but there. Color drop down. At least that issue than before. Yeah, it's progress, isn't it? It is always progress. Sequence. Oh, this was right. I am not so. When you set up a drop-down button, you can give it a whole sequence and it will just set up the complex buttons for you. That is not the case here. In this case, we need to grab the right sequence for every button, and the sequence size for every one of those is 1. There's only one button. Sorry, there's only one sequence. It's just that there are 10 fragments. Okay. It's difficult to explain. I really need to simplify this. It was very useful and simple when I was trying to set this up for singular purpose use. And I was like, oh, that's great. Everyone can have a drop-down now. Doesn't work with many drop-downs. So we need to be careful with that. There. Okay. We are getting places. Okay. Y width handling. Y width handling. Y width. Let's make it a bit easier on ourselves, because I wanted to test something with the width, but you know, we'll get that. Okay, width 60. Where will I have to push it? I'm gonna have to move the checkbox further to the left by 20. Checkbox, update item positions. Did I remove all of the bloody comments that were here? That was very useful. Apparently. Congratulations me. Open with remote web, open changes with Brancher tag, custom vars new yesterday. That's it. Now in it, we are looking at this is drawing. I'm looking for the setup. Color drop down, no. Oh, this. I need all of that back. This is the one that I need to be careful with. We don't want it to take the entire remaining width. That is correct. Okay. I did what? Sorry. I was looking. I was just so focused. You did remove them. Remove what? I'm already lost. Okay, this works. This works. I said this. Cool. Handling. Handling. Can I drop those? I think if I don't set up left button handler, it should just go to the default. But let's see if I did that. I guess not. No, it doesn't. It only sets them up in the simple version. Okay. Hey, flowering dancer. The thing is really useful. Okay, sorry, I'm trying to focus. So I only need a left click handler, drop down option click, free value carrier, sequence, button sequence. So this is the updater that I need. What I can do is the drop down option click. I think it's only going to be referencing this one, right? Yeah, and only one. Okay, great. So what I'll do is, instead of making it static, I'm going to make it void, but I'm going to make it drop down button default option click. Why is that a problem? Oh, okay, because I changed the name. Like that. And we need to make this public. Declaration. Sure. Is it sloppy? Extremely. Should I not be doing that? Definitely. Am I jeopardizing all of the stuff that I have set up so carefully? Probably, but you know, it's all it's all for the better good. Bigger good, lesser evil. Something. Default click can't have a drop down option so that the text that into conveyor collapses the drop down yes and updates the origin button's text to match the selection option. I wish that it does that. Let's check whether it does and doesn't. Yeah, it does. Index, okay. So what I can do now is in the custom variables, color drop down options, just to the 0. Do I need to give that to? Does it do it for every single one? Default option click. Yeah, it does it for all of them. Okay, so I need to set up for every option. So this is here. The style is okay. this left click handler like that. And the init simple is gonna need a big overhaul, because init simple is not fucking simple, and init not simple is way too complex to exist. It doesn't serve any purpose at this point. I'm gonna have to rethink that, but at the moment, let's get it to work. So this will collapse and set. Yeah. At least I have the drawing handled, you know? Something. Maybe all of the setup in it's simple and it's written by AI. No. They are not. I wrote them. I wrote the init, and then I wrapped it into init simple. I think I did use Copilot to. I think I did use Copilot to come up with some of the loops. You can see clear Copilot comments, but the body and the algorithm that governs this is something that I came up with myself, unfortunately. So yeah, they were assisted, but not the algorithm behind them, only the implementation. That's how I usually use AI. That I try to give it very detailed instructions on the algorithm, and let it basically handle syntax. But I absolutely do not trust AI implementations. DD's new pointer. Yeah, because this is, it needs to point out to the parent. And the parent is supposed to be in the user data. I remember now. Archive to parent dropdown, that's that. I think I pushed something too far. Only is AI when failing multiple days on the problem. That's the opposite of what I do. I only start doing something myself if AI fails at it twice. That's what I say. Okay, I need to do. So this, I gave AI 3 chances to do it, and it screwed up every single time. So now this is why I'm sitting down and doing it by myself for the 4 hours. Yeah, we are at 4 hours now. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'll set up the parent again. I just wanted to change something about the positioning. Button 3, which is the checkbox. Position, value, visible checkbox, that's that. Width, minus checkbox, width, minus 20. Because I stole 20 pixels from the other one. Okay. Whew, fucking right. They work. Yes. Okay, that's a minor thing. Oh, they reset, but that's okay because they're not saving anything currently. Okay, it's gonna need a bit more setup, but we are almost there. So that's great. They don't change each other. It's set. Okay, that's fine. Handling is off. So if... Okay, this is something that needs to be done here. So in the drop-down button, handling of the expanded buttons, handle options have expanded there. So if it is expanded, it's supposed to be intercepting all of the input and not letting any later functions interact with it. If one is expanded, this is the only one that needs to be working. So if expanded, then we're always going to say handled equals 1. So any click. No. Because we need to swallow all of the clicks. No, we need to swallow everything. Yeah, handled. If it's expanded, take all of the input. And that's the promise of the drop down button. Let's sort out the formatting here a bit. Handled indicator if returning 1 means rest of the input handling should stop. Just in case that's not clear. So this we don't need to reset again, because if it's handled, then it's handled. Yep. Perfect. Would it work when a drop-down button consists of drop-down buttons? No, because drop-down button is not real. Drop-down button is a container. What's real are the complex buttons. And what happens in the init simple is that init simple creates a bunch of buttons for you. That's why I was very happy with that. That's why init simple was my way to go. Because with the init simple, you give it XY, which is your anchor for the main button. You give it language fragments. So you give it an array of text that you want to use, right? They are called lang fragments, which is, I'm probably overcomplicating this a bit, but what I was aiming for is give tools in the code base that are a bit more complicated in setup, but handle everything for you. Because what we have at the moment is tools that are very simple, but give you all of the freedom in writing all of the handling for them. And that is not the way that I like to do things, because that leads all the time for me, it leads to desynchronization. What I have, for example, buttons elsewhere and input handling elsewhere. Hey, Dan. Gridbox isn't that simple. Yeah, Gridbox is not. Gridbox is an example of a more rounded thing. That's why I used Gridbox in a couple of places, but it still has its limitations, which I'd like to address. But you know, one crisis at a time. So yeah, the lang fragment is just a way to put together different kinds of text that we commonly use, like a number, a text, and a space, an amount. So what you can do with it is you can set up something like warehouse 6 cost 100 denarii, player name. That is one sequence. You just give it a few fragments and you put them into an array. And fragments have a few properties that you can set, so they just give you a bit more freedom. However, what they're lacking is a nice function for initialization, because what I'd like to be able to do is to just say, hey, give me a language sequence made of these translations. And that's what I'm basically doing here. But I needed to do that with a loop. And I do it constantly. So this is the setup. So this is basically just 10 strings. Lang fragment label, custom translation, and then is the string. And is just the collars. It's a group of collars. So these are the texts. Then you go on to the actual buttons. And so every complex button is an actual button. That's a thing that exists. Every one of them has an X, Y, it has height, width, etc., etc. By the drop down requires a complex button. If you try to init that and use simple, the init simple is the best way to do it. You give it fragment and you give it a counter fragments. That is probably also not needed because we could use just a size of. But you know, one crisis at a time. And this is just a pointer that it returns, right? This is a container. It returns a container, and it creates all of those complex buttons internally. This was the culprit of the fuck up earlier, because for every single drop down, it was reusing the memory that it has prepared for those complex buttons. So it was basically like it had 10 complex buttons in memory, locked and loaded, and you create a new drop down, and every single one of those drop downs points to the exact same 10 complex buttons. That was the issue. So that's why you can't use init simple if you're making more than one drop down. But this should be working. I think this should be working. Let's try again. So this is a very complex way to set up a drop down. I need to wrap it into another function at some point. So it is not swallowing. So this is... it should be swallowing input. And it's not. And it's also allowing for more than one to be active at a time, so that's terrible. And left clicks elsewhere, don't close it. That's not good. I think I addressed it already. Yeah, I addressed it already in under PR, but I didn't merge it here. So let's go back to input handling here. In the drop down, it's the init, then there's the drawing, handle mouse, yeah, there. So first it handles the origin, and if nothing happens, so if you expand it, handled 1. And in the custom variables, in the input handling, is it not first? It might not be first. It is first. Peculiar. Peculiar. It's not returning. That's the problem. Oh, there we go. That'll work now. Because it's still doing all of the rest. Yeah. Visible checkbox is still not pushed to the left. Draw variable item. Unhide, that's also not necessary anymore. Oh, maybe it is. I don't know. I'll leave it as it is. Here, variable display, text, checkbox. No, it's a third checkbox, visible checkbox. That width x item. So it's this that we need to hunt down. Is it moved on the screen? So visible is moved a bit. We should move that visible bit as well. The text, I mean. Minus this, minus that. Minus 20. Is it free? Visible check. No, so the last one is the checkbox. Do we just need like 30 instead? It's fine with me. And where it draws the text is visible minus 20. Oh, yeah, should be okay. Okay, that's better. Ooh. Okay, it's swallowing input now. That's great. And it's handling with right click. Perfect. Now the checkbox, I'd like that further to the left, please. Item, button, and time to change the track. This one was cool. Okay, though. Almost there, almost there. Variable display text. Variable checkbox that. X. Button border draw. Right. Oh. Why is it still wrong? The text is now in the correct place, but the border for the checkbox is not. Variable buttons with minus margin, horizontal minus checkbox minus 30. That really doesn't sound right. Let's check this. What does it come down to? This is 10. 608. With 3. Oh, this is very wrong. This is supposed to be 60. Okay. Fuck out of here, man. How do I ban him? About 30 minutes ago, we're almost there as well. No, we're always close. But in this instance, the progress is real. This time the progress is real and quantifiable. Is it slow? Yes. Did it take way more time than I thought it would? Progress is always exactly. Okay, so this is nice. The gap between the text and the visible is a bit too much, but we'll figure that we'll figure that out in a bit. At the moment, what's most important is this, but also the drawing needs to be. The drawing of the expanded one, 0 is also real. That's a math meme, isn't it? What's not real is a square root of -1. Ah. I also indulge in mathematical humor. Okie doke. I think the highlighted one should be this, slightly different. Okay, I have a plan. But I have a brilliant plan. But I need 3 to 5 minutes. I have almost not eaten the entire day. Very hungry, and I'm also thirsty, and I drank all of my water and Diet Coke, so I'll be right back. I have an idea. I have a nice idea how to do it all. It's going to require a bit more effort, but it's just it's menial tasks. It doesn't require a smart solution. It just requires a bit of labor. So I'll be right back. I have a great idea for this. Sorry, I forgot to put that text up. Yeah, I went for 2 minutes. I was just saying that I have some brilliant ideas. And there are days like that when I feel like an absolutely unadulterated force of nature. I'm gonna destroy this. I have a plan. I have a brilliant plan. Okay. Let's go to the code mines. Because I already understand how everything is working here. It's okay. Alright, first target. Drawing. If there's a drop down button that's expanded, we need to draw it over all of the rest. So when we have the drawing loop, drop down button draw there. Okay, so we need to draw the expanded ones last. So if dd expanded 0, no, the opposite. If dd expanded is 1, then continue, because we're going to repeat this process and just draw only the expanded ones there. And if not expanded, continue. Can just do that. If not expanded, continue. We don't have to hide them. Like that. Second loop. I brought myself food, but I don't want to eat even. Second loop to draw expanded buttons on top. There we go. So we understand that. Next part up. The width is fine. The width is fine. Okay, I got one more thing, I think, in the tooltip. I think it's already all set up. It's just waiting for a bowling ball. Tooltip. There. Yeah. If color drop down options, is it color is ellipsized? Which one is ellipsized? Is it complex buttons? Yes, complex buttons. If we're going to set up a single variable, so this one, unsigned int ellipsized tooltip. There's going to be 0, 1. 0 or 1 to indicate the drop down button option is providing tooltip. Yep. And after drawing we know. So if this is for the options, where is the ellipsization sent? Is it in the drop down? Under drop down to I'd have to go through all of them. Complex button ellipsized. Button ellipsized with ellipsized. Okay, that's cool. And for the drop, we can add another one to the drop down. Drop down button. It's gonna be int drop down button has ellipsized option. We give the drop down button, it goes for all of the drop down buttons, checks if it's ellipsized. Yeah. Okay, Copilot got it right off the bat. Good lad. Now I also need a doc string for that. Come on, dude. Oxygen. Not here. How's that left size option? This. Alright, it doesn't do it well. Whatever. Default int. Returns. It shouldn't be one. It returns index if any of the drop-down options are ellipsized. You don't need to be this detailed, but that's fine. Okay. Has ellipsized option, drop-down button, ellipsized option, and this is going to return I. Not these. Okay, cool. And if drop down button has ellipsized option, DD, data said that, exactly that, and repeat that here. That's okay. It gets the job done. One thing that I was actually not happy with, that I really wanted to change, and this is what I'm doing, is how difficult it is to set up that the ellipsized text doesn't have a tooltip, right? If you cut the text short and it makes it like, it shows the ellipses and 3 dots, you have to go through quite a hassle to make it display the tooltip, because you have to measure whether the text was ellipsized in the first place, and you have to check for hover and stuff. It's a whole shtick. Don't like that. Yeah, so do this, and if data ellipsized tooltip, and if drop down, oh, we can just do this. It just dawned on me. Don't have to do anything else. Like that. No. No, that's correct. That's correct. Oh, so for the unexpanded ones, we don't need that. Only for the expanded ones, okay. And if where are we in the tooltip? If data says tooltip, then drop, then C. Is it the entire context of the button? No. Is it a complex button that has its own tooltip thingy? Yeah. The complex button has it. We have to grab that. Maybe then let's do a whole function for the tooltip, for the drop down. Yeah, that's a better idea. Is ellipsized. So instead we're gonna do drop down button get tooltip. Yeah. Like this. And if it's ellipsized, And we're gonna need the context here. So tooltip context C, and we're going to set C not pre-composed text. Can you just assign it? C equals that. I think I can do that. And just get tooltip. Yeah, button. Is ellipsized. Tooltip button, like that. Drop down button, and we need to add that into the declaration. I forget about the rest for now. That one isn't relevant now. Default option click, simple, yep. Drop down button, get tooltip for ellipse size, and we're gonna have to pass it the, oh fuck. How will we know which drop down we get in the tooltip from? The ellipse size tooltip can't be 0, 1. This has to be index of the drop down button. Yeah. Index of the drop down button providing tooltip. It's so roundabout. I'm gonna have to figure out a better way to do this. Very disjoint. I don't like it. I'll revisit that when I have some time. So yeah, ellipse size tooltip, yeah. Drop down button has ellipse sized option. That doesn't exist anymore. Oh, so that we don't do anymore. Instead, in the data tooltip, how will we know then? Could set up a callback, but that is too troublesome. I know. For like that. It's just that, right? Is it that simple? Did that work? No, it didn't. Okay. Why? Undefined. More problems here as well. That's fine. For ellipse size, it's just a name. What again? Can't convert. Okay, tooltip isn't a constant, so that's fine. Okay, let's go. It doesn't work. Why? Get tooltip. Come on. Get tooltip. Let's go here. Hey. Okay, let's do that. And now if we stop that. So C Yep, it's being assigned to... I can't take the entire thing. Okay, I can't take the entire context. I just need to get parts of it. So C pre-composed text equals this tooltips pre-composed text, and C type equals the type. That I can't take any more of this. Just kidding. Forgot to make Augustus visible again. Okay. Ooh, there we go. Okay. It's just the string that isn't working. That's fine. I can work with that. It's probably an issue here. Yep. Let's get the VSC over. Okay, so turn the length of the concatenated string. Yep. So the sequence is 5 and a string green. Cool. That seems to be working. So why is it that it's probably, yeah, it's supposed to be a constant unit pointer. Okay, so like this. This will work already. But who actually reads the tooltip if the text is ellipsized? So that's a thing. The tooltip is showing you what isn't visible. That's the whole point. So look, what does it say here? Oh. It doesn't reset. That's not great. Okay, there's something still slightly wrong in the implementation here. Oh, this is supposed to be a pointer as well. It says G. I know what it says. I can see that. It's given a destination, so a sequence. What the function different constant. Oh, so it's not supposed to be a constant, it's supposed to be this, and then when it's being cast, it's supposed to be constant uint 8t. I am so terrible with types, especially when it comes to strings. Let's try this again. Doing this in the name of science. So he still doesn't like this. Constituent differs. Pre-composed text is constituent 8. So how does it differ? It's supposed to be a pointer to a constant unit 8. It's a pointer to a constant unit 8. Both. Okay. Back to this. Yada yada. What this time? String is empty. String is G. I'm pointing to a single thing. I'm pointing to a single letter in here. Why am I doing that?
Actually,
Okay, so is it here that I'm already failing by giving it a pointer? I think so. Okay, let's try again. Okay. I think desktop view is going to be better for this, because I'm only doing this on one screen. Add a new variable. And here, okay, and it switches. So, string is green, that's great. Why is this going to be a problem? So this... Johan, help me. How do I do this? I got a string. I put the entire sequence into it. When I get to this point, everything is fine. But when I set the tooltip of a pre-composed text, I'm only getting one letter, like one character. I'm pointing to a single place in the array. Here, so string contains green, and then what is it called? Null modifier? Doesn't matter. I spilled milk on myself. Shouldn't have cereal or being so worked up about programming. My dearest friend, do you have any idea how to do this correctly? This is going to be green. This is already ever reading memory. Tooltip. Where is the tooltip? Yes, that's tooltip. Button. Precomposed text. So precomposed text is the ever reading memory. Why that? Why? Why, my dear? This is a pointer at the end of the day. It's supposed to be like this? Okay, let me ask Copilot. You have to do const u and... Oh, okay. Like this? Better than Copilot. Okay, let's try it out, mate. Thank you. Hey! The warning is gone. The warning is no more. I think you did, mate. I think you did it. The warning is no more. Yep. Oh, it's the resets. Okay. Button, get tilted for lip size. I think here, the precomposed text. It's just 0. Is it because I'm giving it an address? Am I failing up here again? The precomposed text is just one letter, it's B. This is supposed to be a pointer to a constant uint 8. And... oh! It doesn't persist. This. Either static or constant. So otherwise it just doesn't exist the moment it leaves the other bit. Recompose text. It's still B. Changes memory between function calls. I think I'm gonna have to add the so to the complex button, let's add I think it's just here that I can add static static uint 8 t tooltip text 512 and instead of declaring this static the constant button to set the ellipse size flag, yeah, that's fine. I know there's an error here. Like that, and instead of this we're gonna do memset there and tooltip text. I hate string in C. I fucking hate them, I swear. Of course I don't have memset. Is it IO? Is it string? Lib. Thank you. We'll find out together. Probably misspelled it. I have it somewhere else. Is it memset here? Yeah, there's a memset here. So what is it used here? stdlib and oh, it's probably stddef. I have both. Just nuke it. It might be string, yeah. Fuck knows. Pre-compose text. Still weird. I don't know if that is correct. Not quite. It's string, yeah. This still is working very wonkily. Drop down, but I get tooltip for ellipse size. So I think the problem is still somewhere here. Yeah, so this function unt, this is expecting unt8 destination, and we I swear I'll never figure it out. Pointer and others are different. You know what? In Copilot, I believe, because this is some bullshit that he's usually pretty good with. I'm having trouble with. Okay. Do you know what? Yeah, let's fuck Copilot. We're here. We're both. Do you want to jump on Discord, Johan? Or do you prefer typing? Because we can pair program the shit out of it. All right. Cool. I'm on general voice chat on the dev group, on the dev Discord. He's doing something. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, I can hear you. Hi, Johan. Nice to meet you. I think this is the first time we're hearing each other. Well, this is the first time I'm hearing you.
Yeah, I'm gonna quickly mute your screen.
Yeah, go on. I need to turn some stuff down as well. Okay, so I'm getting a bullshit tooltip. That's okay. There's a couple of things at play here. But at the moment, the biggest problem is that I don't think that the text is processing. So we get that to type, and the pre-composed text still says B. So we go here. This is highlighted. So I think when we leave this, the tooltip text... No, the tooltip text is fine. Yeah, so pointer worked. So is it here that it's messing up? Because at this point, tooltip text is still green. Yeah.
So what is pre-composed text at that point?
Good question. It is just a G.
Fancy tools?
Boom. I think we need to well, no, we don't need to reset that. I think, so this is prevailing. So this highlighted part here, so this cast is setting it to the first letter. I think.
Yeah, but it's a pointer. It shouldn't.
Green is an array. We are doing a pointer to a constant. Maybe not a constant. Maybe let's get... No, that shouldn't matter. That should have...
Shouldn't matter, but just remove it. I don't know.
Let's give it a try. Okay, so at this point, it goes through this. And so the tooltip text is fine. This is being set correctly. It's the issue is the assignment to the pre-composed text. Maybe let's have a look at other assignments of the pre-composed text. How does it work? Pre-composed text equals. And let's look at an example that I didn't do, so that we have something that works.
What I have seen a lot of times is that you would use as printf to full pre-composed text, but I don't think it's necessary here.
So here they're just using, so here they declare, I think that's just what I should do. Just a static unt, not constants, not pointers. Store the name, because we figured that one out, and then it just, no pointers, no nothing. Just pre-composed text. Let's try that. So we get the tooltip text, that's okay. Remove that altogether, and like that. And as long as the tooltip text is a static uint, it should work, I hope. Here. And pre-composed text is nothing yet. Tooltip text is green. We go out of this. It's green. Oh.
It's G.
The full one was green, I think.
Yeah.
Please. Please work. No. Doesn't.
That seems more like characters of uninitialized memory.
Yeah. Here, pre-composed tag, yeah. Is it the staticness of it? Let's try the exact same thing that they did in the file. So instead of doing
I'm
that,
pretty sure we want to do an array of UN things.
yeah, we get down to here, and what they did is a static uint size 512, and this is tooltip text. Let's be consistent. Sequence. So it's this one needs to be like this. We need to use that one because it's supposed to be a general framework. It doesn't have to only work for one kind of text. It's supposed to work for the entire sequence. So if you want a tooltip that is made up of 17 translation strings, you should use the concatenate sequence. So it just stores it all into one string and returns it. So at this point here, we don't need to set the memory. We have a tooltip. What the hell was that?
Howdy, folks. I'm here to drop by to say hi before I leave again.
Hi, Jake. You alright, mate?
How are ya?
Are we doing some pair programming with Johan? I have been debugging one fucking button for 5 hours now.
Which button?
Drop down button for the variables grouping for Marek.
Jesus fucking Christ, you guys.
Hey, no.
Never get to those custom Empire icons, huh?
Yeah, yeah. At this point, I'm just scared, you know? When they come, it's going to be like the end of it. I think I'm just going to retire after the icons.
It's so over for me. My entire purpose is gone.
But now that there's 3 of us, it's at least a party, you know? A 2 is a pair, but a 3 is a party.
Well, 2's a company, 3's a crowd, so I'll see my way out in a couple minutes.
Alright, I guess Americans have a different version of that saying. Okay, so pre-composed text.
This is an A and B conversation, so see your way out of here.
So this, okay, maybe this is the fault. Because I'm using an address here. I think I was trying to overcomplicate it with too many pointers and addresses that I absolutely don't fucking understand. Thank God for Johan, otherwise I'd just be speaking to Copilot all the time.
Copilot is good.
It's decent in small chunks. Okay, tooltip text works, and the pre-composed text is null. And this is the first initiation now. So it says green. So I think this, the 70, yeah, but this one, I don't really understand. I think my, wait, let's have a look at it like that. Identifier here, identified ID is unidentified. Ah, okay. Boom. Oh, see? It's just that debugger doesn't show anything beyond the first one, but this is clearly green.
Yeah.
If I run it, and then the pre-composed text is black. Okay. I think it might be working. Well, well, we got one tooltip.
Just a minute ago, you said it should work for every tooltip.
Yes, the loop is wrong. So we go in 10 times, and every single one of those is ellipsized. And what is missing currently is the pointer to where the mouse is pointing. So we're missing one more condition in here. No, in here actually. If it's ellipsized, and we need to check if it's active, if it's focused or hovered. Focused. That. And I think the only thing that might be fucking up now is it might be not resetting to empty when not hovering. but we'll see that in a second. Oh,
Hey.
Hey,
we still get black only, but it works for every button. It's just the wrong text.
I'm leaving soon. Just waiting for my friend to pull up so he can pick me up.
yeah, but wasn't that expected to happen with the black only? Because we didn't check the string of the select.
Yeah, good question. So, drop down button get tilted before ellipsize. So
No, we actually did.
this bit, it's going to end up at the very last, but I think that the is focused might be set too many times. So there's like there's 3 layers of it. There's the complex button, then there's the drop down button, then there's the custom variables file. So when we get back here, everything works except the string is wrong. It's getting the wrong string. And the wrong string it always ends at the very last one. Why is that? It should be returning earlier. It's a mystery. Let's move that. Oh wait, if I move it then you won't be able to see it. Okay. Let's set it like that. I don't know what I hovered. This is return. Okay, so this is returning 3. Da-da-da. And return here is, but there's no point for it to return anything because it's already set the context. And the context is black. It just always goes to black. Is it because it's probably because black is last one, but that doesn't explain. Okay, I think I know what the difference is. So this is drop down button and it's going through the number of buttons. So it's going through each individual complex button. Setting this pre-compose text. I don't know. There's too many people. I can't think. It's too crowded. Ellipsized and is focused. Is focused being set correctly? No, that's not the issue. DD
No,
buttons.
Returning 3, it has to be set correctly.
Right? If it's returning 3, then it should be stuck on the third eye. The number of buttons is 10.
Yeah, so black can't be 3. So why does it then return black?
Is black 3? No, black is last. Black is 9. If it's numbered 0 to 9, then it's 9. If it's numbered 1 to 10, then it's 10.
Yeah.
Okay. Focus on orange. And now that should be 4. Oh, 3. Why is it 3?
Maybe it's from 0 to 9.
But it does it twice. Hold on. I think that might be the problem. I think it might be called twice. No. Yeah, it is. It's for I'm to max visible grid items. So I'm calling this in a loop.
Yeah.
I don't need to call that in the loop.
No, you don't.
Okay, there's a slight mismatch here. I do need to know which drop-down button we are currently hovering, but I can get that from focused item. So I could, you know what I can do? I can grab this bit.
I'll talk to you guys later.
In a bit, Jake. Love you.
Bye-bye.
Stay safe.
Love y'all too. Take care.
Lovely chap. Like this, but instead of I, we're gonna use ID, and if it then return this. That way, I avoid the loop and only call this once. Because I think what's happening is that the first time it returns the correct value, but then it runs the second time for reasons outside of my control, and that's when it gets that value number 10 and it goes to black. But now I don't get a tooltip at all because there's no focused item. It doesn't even get here, or does it? It does. Color drop downs 1. It's zero-based indexing. It's zero-based indexing. If I added another one, it will work. So I just need to change indexing to zero-based. So this is going to be ID -1. That's my work in theory.
Are you sure it's working?
It did it twice again. So that doesn't make me... Yeah, it just keeps saying black. Once you go back, you never come back. Yeah, it's just in love with the color black. It doesn't want anything else to do. What the hell is going on? Okay, but to do tooltip, maybe we should reset it. Oh, I can put it here as well. The second check. So I check for hover is focused there. That's why it's doing it twice, I think. There's a million ways to do it correctly and infinity ways to do it wrong. And I just keep getting the wrong one. But they're both there. See? That's what I'm talking about. Okay. Commit this. Commit this for fuck's sakes. Commit this, because if I lose this, I lose my mind. Car, job, house, friends. I'm not gonna push it to the origin though. I'm not gonna mess up your changes right away. Okay.
Nah, it doesn't mess up my changes. I'm only doing the XML stuff.
Well, where did it stop working? Okay. When right-clicking away, there's some issues with the drop-down further. In index in handling, when it's right-clicked, callback window refresh. No, the actual response. Hold on. Right-click expanded callback. This is if no or right-clicks while expanded will de-expand the drop-down. Okay, that's what we're doing. But this means that we have to have the DD set to not expanded. Yeah, this. Oh. And then request refresh. And the other thing is if you left click outside of it, it also should collapse. So if mouse left went so the final check is if mouse left tap then expanded. Yeah, because this means that you didn't hit any of the option buttons. You didn't hit a right click. Then that means that you clicked outside of the anything that we're interested in. So just de-expand and request refresh. I don't even have to return because the next line is return. God damn it, I love programming. When it works. Excellent. Okay, great. Finally. Oh, great. Now we're talking. So I had one more idea, I'm not gonna do it now. I'm just gonna get straight to the point, since I already have it set up. But I wanted these to be also in the color that they represent. But there's no time for that.
You mean the text?
No, the actual background, the actual button. Because I have custom drawing styles for the drop-down. For the complex button, you can give it a style. And what I wanted to do... you know what? Well, not do it now. You can set individual styles for every complex button. So... let's go to the drawing section. Draw gray style. Here. Complex button draw. Complex button style gray. We're gonna go case complex button standard colorful. Gonna have to add that to the enum. Turn up the music. Into the enum complex button standard colorful style with gradient background. That's absolutely correct. But what I need to specify is if you want to do this style, then we have to utilize one of those magnificent parameters that I left here. Let's do... actually, just do it a parameter. Just do a parameter. So it can have up to 10 arbitrarily. Let's use the second one. Let's use parameter number 2 as the color pointer. So in the custom variables, where we set up all of the complex buttons in here, we need to set the style for it. Style equals complex, not style default. I've already set the style earlier, I forgot about it. Style colorful. There. Remove this. Did I misspell it with 2 L's or something? But complex button standard colorful. Okay. There. Lovely. So this is the style, and I need the parameter number 2 as well for that. Parameters number 2. Set this to, and this is the very important one. I don't have an enum for the colors. I'm gonna make an enum for the colors. Can do it in the drop down button. No, complex. It's a type def. Sure. Type def enum. So I'm gonna need a helper. No, I'm not gonna need a helper. Hold on. I need to give the color to the parameter, but I need to do it in an orderly manner because I have these colors set up. These beautiful colors. Is it pastel already? Yeah, there. So I set up 10 different colors for the variables. But they need to exist in order. In an enum, is this, and does that fit? Yeah, it's an unsigned int. Okay, that's excellent. This is an enum of color T. That's right. And we are going to do wait, no, fuck. I need a number I need a case switch, not an enum. I need a case switch.
Yeah, you have to sort the colors to the numbers or to the strings you have here.
Yep, exactly right. Do you know the shortcut to split right? There. I usually just split it on a second screen. Okay, so we're gonna need an enum. Put that in the complex buttons. Not an enum, case switch. Static void cast just get color in order. Get color in order. Oh, that's an int parameter, not parameter index. It's just ID. Okay, why am I overcomplicating this? And it's a switch. I need to move serial out of the way. I'm gonna get carpal tunnel syndrome. Switch ID. And just have to do this.
Lucky you, you have Copilot to do now. I would have typed that all in.
I got it. But if you're in uni or in formal education, you should be able to get Copilot for free, as far as I remember. I've had premium Copilot for free because my wife was in uni when she was doing her masters.
Yeah, I'm not.
I know you're in high school. I wanted to say your English is absolutely phenomenal, mate.
Thank you.
I wish I was speaking that well when I was in high school. Almost done. Black, dark blue. Why is they're out of order? Black is supposed to be last. Or is it too many of them? I'm tripping. And return color mask none for default. It's 0 through to 9.
Yeah, you have to reorder them. Black should be 9 and not 8.
Yes, you're right. What is the order here? Black, green, purple, orange, olive. Black, blue, green, purple, orange, olive. Turquoise. Red, which is coral. Grey, black, dark blue. Why do I have yellow? I don't have a yellow color. Okay, so this is supposed to be black. And that one is supposed to be dark blue. I think it's Copilot tripping me up because it loves to make shit up like that. And in here.
Well, you shouldn't program with AI.
Why? It's a tool. Do you want to talk about it?
We can do, but Crowley should first fix the thing.
Okay. I can. Hopefully, I can do fixing and talking at the same time for this once. Just need to turn the music down again. So I am firmly on the side that AI is stupid and steals from artists and is a bubble. I'm not an AI enthusiast by any way. However, my personal conviction is that AI is just basically a tool. If you don't know what you're doing, the best tools are not gonna grant you success. But if you know what you're doing, then good tools are just, a shortcut. You can use a hammer or you can use a nail gun. And I see AI as a kind of a nail gun. If I know what I'm doing, if I'm able to do something without AI, then AI is not a problem. But if I'm trying to do something that I'm not capable of doing myself, even if I spend more time on it, and then I trust AI, that's a problem. And that was the Diet Coke.
Isn't it a difference between someone using it for art or, writing their university work or whatever, and then you using it for code? Like, I get it for the code because it does the dumb labor. But for the other uses, like someone, as you say, some of these people have no idea what they are doing and just allows them to, do stuff, which in a way enables things, but also it enables things. I don't know.
Yeah,
It enables good things and bad things.
precisely.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm seeing it as a tool.
Typically. It is. because otherwise you could just like butcher your code.
Yeah, it loves making shit up.
That'd be impossible.
Yeah, that's the worst thing with that.
Always use the thingy thing, as Sappy calls it.
What do you mean, the autocomplete?
Yeah, for example.
Yeah, that's like crazy useful because I already know what I'm gonna type, and I just have a look. But sometimes it's absolutely wrong, like plain wrong. Okay, I don't want to set a clip rectangle. What I want to do is I want to have a look at the main sequence drawing, the draw default style. The draw default style does not take an argument for color. That's actually all I want from it. T. Button border draw. It's just a label drawing. So there's no color here at all.
Is this what you were talking about? The stuff that took you 3 hours?
Yeah.
debug?
That's it.
Okay. I guess you're not out of your minds yet.
I am a perfectionist. I had a vision for that. I really wanted to do it the way that I wanted to do it. If it's stupid and it takes me 6 hours, so be it. What I need to do... Yep.
What we want to do is drawing a rectangle, I think, under the text, because there is no actual button, there's only a border for the button. If you use like the normal button border draw,
Yeah.
it will just take the background of outer panel draw.
What I want to do is I want to apply a color mask to the function that draws the panel. And this is the function that draws the panel. And it doesn't take an argument for color mask. It just applies color mask on everywhere. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a button border draw colored. Add that as a public function. And it is the exact same thing. It just allows you to give the color as the argument. So this is, I've talked about this a lot on streams, but never had a good example. This is a good example for me of a code base that isn't really friendly to change. Like this function is right here. It's just waiting for you. It's all ready, but it doesn't allow you for color. It does use color throughout as almost an internal variable, an internal constant to be precise. But it doesn't allow you to give it that. So you have to take that function and you have to disassemble it and reassemble it with a new parameter. Now, obviously, you can do it quickly through copy and paste if you know what is where. But that's the kind of problem as I see it for me. That's the biggest problem for me when dealing with this code base, is that a lot of the times there's already something that is almost exactly what you need, but almost. It's like missing one crucial thing, like a change of color, a change of font, a move to the left, a move to the right, something like that. And adding an image, you know, stuff like that.
That's why lang text draw centered,
Yeah.
text draw numbers, all those functions exist, but I always choose the wrong one, I feel like.
Yeah.
It's not easy to choose. But now where you have this, that you have this function with the color, can you just change the original function to the function with the color constant passed in?
That's brilliant. Yeah, we should do exactly that. I am so glad that you're here. Where was that function? It was the button C there. So we can change. Yeah, so we can change this to be a call to button and
right color mask.
Exactly. So it's X, Y with pixels, color mask there. Simplicity. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. What did I change here? Okay. This, I suppose. Okay, perfect. And now when we get to this one, so the parameter is set. It's going to be 0 through to, this is going to be 0 through to 13. Okay, this is going to go to default then. That's fine. That's absolutely what we wanted. I think this will now work. No. The draw isn't ready. Complex buttons. And we are looking at draw. Oh, this is a lot of errors. What do you not like? Color input. It's not import, it's define. I'm thinking Python. Not define, it's include. There. And it's not graphics color. Oh, it is graphics color. Yeah, great. I'll solve it. Button bolded. What's it called? Forward definitions, right?
Implicit function declarations.
Implicit function declarations. Did you say?
No, prototype declarations. It's called, I think. Implicit function declarations is a thing which.
That's a problem because that means that you are implying that something is defined when it really isn't, right? That's an error. Like I know that one because that's an error, and I get that a lot.
Right, that's an error. That's not allowed since a few years ago. Because people thought, maybe make programmers extra work to define that function.
Yeah. I don't like that. I think that's silly. I mean, I know that in some cases it helps you because if you have multiple declarations, like blah, 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 blah. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, it helps me find errors, but sometimes it could be useful to declare and define a function directly.
Yeah, exactly.
The same line.
The order should not matter. Like, I'm gonna die on that hill.
Well, if you make every function global, the order doesn't matter. But you don't want to do that if your code base has like over 1 million lines of code. Like, wouldn't function that well.
How much code is there in Augustus? How much have you specifically added?
What I have added?
Yeah.
Close to 10k, I think now.
Find out. Okay.
No, you've added
the
more
total?
than 10k, pretty sure.
Did you say? Would you say, Johan?
I'm pretty sure you added more than 10k lines of code.
I think it would be right in that area because the first big one was sidebar. That was 1500. The remake of storage, that was 2,500 added, 2,500 removed, so that was 5k total. But yeah, so that depends on whether you count changes or whether you count added. Straight up added, I think it's going to be less than 5k, but changes is going to be over 10k.
Yeah, changes probably right because you also overwrite a bunch of stuff, right?
Yeah, but sometimes we do changes where you open a file, you save it, and you change 700 lines because autoconfig is adding a tab in every single line, stuff like that.
Well, I don't have autoconfig.
Yeah, right.
Like, doesn't happen to me.
Oh, you don't have editors config?
No, I'm using very, very primitive code editor.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
I know, just learned to do that.
Makes you a better human being, probably.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like a Herculean labor. I get it.
Yeah.
Then when you finally switch to a proper VSC, then you're just gonna be lightning fast. Then you're used to working with Stone Age technology.
Exactly. So draw color for style. I think we're gonna do the same little trick as before. So we're gonna go default style, but default style with color. And override color. Because there's gonna be two colors. There's the color for the font, and this is the label color. Label color. So if you that's already declared. Label color equals label color. If not, then color mask none. Like that. So now we get a label, and in the button border draw, we need to call button border draw colored, and add the color here being the label color. And now the draw color for style is just draw default style, but with the parameter being this. I think that's all. And it's not, it is formal back, okay. Color mask none. And so I don't actually need draw color for style as a helper. I can just do this because I have the button. I had the button. Oh, there. Thank you, Copilot. This returns a color, yeah? Yeah, this returns a color. And default style. Okay. Color masking on that. Okay. That should be it. There's a bunch of warnings here, but I'm just gonna ignore them.
That's never a good idea.
We're gonna have to, you know what? I don't know if you know this, but before 4.5, we're gonna have to clean up all the warnings. And we usually go by mean GW definition of warning.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you know, okay. So we're gonna sit down and clean up those warnings, so we don't have to worry about them now.
I started programming on the
And now you're worried.
and at that point there was no single warning if I built it on my computer. And then like the first pull request which got merged, randomly it was from you, I don't know why. There were like 7 or 8 warnings popping up if I built it myself.
Yeah.
And the number never decreased, it only increased.
That's correct.
Yeah. I don't think, as long as you're on the project, that this number will ever decrease.
Wow.
Wow.
I don't know what to say, buddy.
I'm gonna switch to Augustus -master, which is just the master branch, and gonna clean the make and make it, and then I'm gonna count the warnings.
I have it right here, mate. We have a counter. You know what?
Really?
Yes.
Such a modern technology.
Yeah. You know it. I just need to clear CMake. And we can count it together.
Like when Crudelius saw you using just an abysmal
What?
Yeah, like when Crudelius showed up on the stream and like, oh, you are so modern, guys, and you were just like sitting there using this awful text editor.
Oh, right.
From 2020.
That was fun.
Yeah, maybe 2000 even. I don't know how old that was, but
it was just being a menace. You guys just get off on bullying me. I do my best. I can't see my cash.
Which is usually older than I am.
Don't we all? I have a car, and that car has 4 wheels. Boom. 20,000-year-old technology.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, running CMake configure. Count the warnings. Let's go.
You don't have 6 coders pulling the chariot, so the wheels count.
Oh, why did it do that? Oh, CMake. I need to delete CMake. And cache there. Usually I delete everything except for the helpers folder. CMake files there. Okay. Let's see once again. How many warnings are there? When I joined the project, there were 3 warnings in the master branch.
3, 4,
Oh my fucking god. Okay, I'll nuke it.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I get 15 warnings, but usually the macro.
No, it's 100. It's in hundreds for sure. Yeah. There. See them go? 74, 90, 100, 120. But this is MSVC, not MinGVW. 160.
Yeah, this is what how is it called? CLang, Clang, CLang. Yeah, it's called the Mac compiler.
Clang, yeah.
Say it shall give you a lot of warnings. It absolutely does. It like prints your whole screen full of warnings. But if you don't tell it to, it ignores most of your mistakes.
Yeah. So majority of those are signed versus unsigned, and I know that I included more of those, but that's not my fault. You know what the code base is so rigid that you can't edit that without making a few warnings, or alternatively, you can do the smallest changes you can possibly, because like when I went to increase the number of forts that are available through a cheat, did you know that the number of soldiers on in the game was limited by an 8-bit signed integer? So you could have negative number of soldiers, but you could only have 128.
Of course, makes sense.
It wasn't built to expand the system.
Yeah, you should have 6 forts, which is 6 times 16 is 96.
Yeah, over. Yeah, that's all. That's all you need.
Fits in 7 bits. So
Yeah.
what's the problem?
There's no problem.
Don't you
just stick with the number of forts, Sephirex. Don't use any. And then I go and change it, and I go, okay, how about we use the 16-bit so that the maximum number of soldiers is 32,000, and yeah, that produces 12 warnings. But guess what? At least you get more forts.
Want to see the number of warnings with Sephirex? Does the native rework?
I don't even have a funny joke for that. I'm so tired from this.
I am tired from this. Maybe just do it. It would help. No? Requesting it.
Okay, I see this.
I have a minute to talk about the weather.
The what?
The weather.
Yeah, for sure. 10 p.m., mate. Of course.
Black sky, but it's not.
No, I mean the weather in Augustus.
Ooh, okay. Now we're cooking.
There are some like pros and cons to that system. I try to explain what my viewpoint on that is, because I feel like introducing RNG to the system of production is what is gonna happen is if that suddenly means that there's an RNG event, which is like a sandstorm, whatever, and then it reduces your like olive farm output. Well, it could mean that you suddenly produce way less oil, half of your workshops are idle for half a year, that sort of stuff. So you would always have to overproduce, I guess. Like, what is the goal of that thing? Yeah, there could be like a rain to boost the production, but then it's just sitting
sorry, I think I'm out of the loop. Are you saying that there are ideas to implement the RNG weather into the outputs?
You didn't read that?
No, I muted it because I was working and it was pinging constantly.
Yeah, it's in the suggestions and ideas. MSDVD came up with it, or it's someone else came up with it before, but it was one of the things that MSDVD brought back up because he knows the system kind of from Settlers 5, where there's a weather controlling building which you can use to like know weather or change it, and in that game it has an impact, but it's a very different game than Caesar in that the production values aren't as rigid. Like, you have a clay pit and it's suddenly like it's a one-off thing and it just makes more. Okay, great. But in Caesar, that ties into the whole workshop thing. Like, all the workshops are kind of relying on this, and so in this, if Weather did this, I think what would happen is you would always have to overproduce raw stuff and then also overstack your workshop so that you can always handle those surplus resources or handle the shortages.
Got you.
yeah, ton of labor. Like that's the effect this would have. The other thing is that it's RNG based, right? We could introduce conditions like, you know, it shouldn't happen 3 times in a year so that you have nothing or something like that. I get that. But also, um, it depends on the map a lot. Like if you're playing an easy map, this won't really change anything because people who play those kind of maps usually don't know the ratios anyway. So it might make them consider something maybe, but I don't see that being super impactful for these players specifically. What it will impact though is the harder maps where you have a formula and you are following it to build up your index point, and suddenly, oh, it would be funny if it just didn't work right. Well,
Yeah.
and then next
Consider
year,
Hellish Vistas and like
yeah,
all your industry gets sandstorm. Like you're
yeah,
absolutely dead.
it's not all of it. It will have like I suppose the effect will be like, oh, now it's 10% less wheat or whatever. Yeah, but I can handle it. I can plop down some farms or whatever. But there are a lot of people who struggle with labor. It's like they already struggle to feed their people, and then suddenly this happens. It's like the last straw that breaks the camel's back. I can totally see that. So I think what it would achieve is basically this. What I could see it do potentially is tie it with the dynamic religion, so that the gods have like actual impact, as opposed to just series curse, like all farms are cursed.
Yeah,
It
I
could
think
be
that would be the only way that I would get behind it. I am not a fan of random order, but if it was tied with the religion, but then if you tie it to religion, you are not thinking about a feature; you're thinking about an entire system,
of course.
and you have to consider it holistically.
But we do have the suggestion for the dynamic religion, and if we do implement it, you could, for example, make it so that the series harvest boost would only affect farms in proximity to series shrines, so that you are actually incentivized to build these around. As we discussed for the coverage boost, it could also help with the blessings or protect from the disastrous events. Like, oh, there's a drought, but series is around the farm, so the effect is reduced, or something like that. Maybe something to consider, because like you could entice the large temples then by giving them a larger area of effect for this protection value, while an altar would just protect one farm basically, so that you have a reason to not just build oracles but build other temples. Ground temple would obviously be huge.
Oh, okay. So that's one thing that I guess I would like to maybe address before 4.5, which struck me when I was playing all.
Yeah, but this is a
Roads
whole
to Doom.
system, like it's a lot of work.
No, no.
I'd rather
So
be
sorry.
doing
What
that.
I wanted to say is I wanted to buff large temples.
Yeah, okay. They are already pretty efficient. The problem with them is if we put together like how many tiles it takes, how many resources it takes workers in comparison to oracles, then
Yeah.
oracles come out on top.
But even by nymphaniums, I think 5 nymphaniums are much better than 5 large temples. Like that's crazy.
Yeah, and even
They are.
oracles are better than infams. It's just straight up. So the best way to handle religion actually is to just spam oracles, but nobody really does that. You still need god coverage, but yeah, the problem as I see it is that just giving now suddenly the temple gives plus 1000 coverage or something. Okay, good. However, I think that by itself isn't as enticing as just having another kind of benefit, because a lot of people don't know the values. So like even if you buff it, a lot of people will still not use it or not even know you did this unless they read the thing. But if it had a tangible effect that's announced as a bigger thing, then obviously we would see more of them being built for that reason, not just because it gives me plus 1000 coverage or whatever. But that's the whole.
But how do you resolve religion? You spam small temples, and if you have a lot of resources, then you use oracles, right or not?
Yeah, depends, because the small temples are not efficient on workers, they're not efficient on space, and they're not
Let's
efficient
go.
on levy. So they are early game option, and especially in the RC currently when you don't have concrete, you opt out for these. But eventually, when you start making monuments and you do have the resources and the cash, you just start making. I usually make nymphams now and some oracles. Nymphams for some long range desirability, and oracles just generally to increase the buffer. But I don't really build large temples right now. I do build them for objectives pretty much, but not much else.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I think there's no incentive really for a couple of buildings in the religion, and
No, that's right.
the second thing is the early game and temple spamming, which is obviously that like nobody's arguing that that's not good. That is good. Yeah. But what I think it goes, what I think it goes kind of under discussed is, like there's absolutely no incentive to build large temples. They are by far like the worst building because they take time, they take resources, they're not as efficient as Nymphaniums, and they need access to the road. Like,
They need workers
8
as well.
stone less for a large temple compared to a Nymphium.
If it's, oh yeah, they are cheaper. Nymphheim costs a lot of stone. That is correct, but it does have a lot of desirability. And the single best thing about these oracles and Nymphheims, or even the mausolea, the reason they're good is because you build one thing and it just boosts the cap. While with the large temple, a lot of people struggle with building multiple monuments. Yeah, and they build like 1, 2, and then 3 temples are unfinished, and gods curse them because they can't finish the temples quickly when you don't make good setups. So that's how it actually works, is that people just are conditioned to not use them because, they know that they'll get cursed. Because they are not gonna come up at the same time, and that just makes the gods mad because jealousy, and also the cat is missing unless the temple's done. Obviously,
yep.
just it's
And that's a bloody shame.
issue.
Yeah. I don't know how to. I don't really know how to combat that because
I know how to solve it, but
Tell
it
me.
requires a lot of work. It's the dynamic religion. What we would do is basically allow certain buildings like the large temples to have an option to have sacrifices, which would boost the capacity, not for free, but for a lesser cost than building entirely new monuments and reducing the overall spam you need to do. And you would just dictate a policy, like a religious policy, what the temples get, or individual bases if you want to have the option. And the temple could take in resources or money or whatever you want, probably resources or food, because money is boring. But you could make that happen, or have double the workers for extra capacity, stuff like that. I don't really know specifically what we would want to do with that, but I feel like to reduce that annoying aspect for people, this would really help that. And especially if you tie it to the Senate, or you improve it with the Senate, like you have access to sacrifices, but if you have a Senate or the Pantheon or whatever, then those get even better. That would be kind of nice to get you something to work towards, not just a flat out cheat.
Pantheon is better than Senate because what does the Senate?
It makes more sense.
Gods?
Yeah, but you have the Senate, you have the religious advisor or whatever. You could do multiple things, or the Grand Library, whatever you want. You could have someone like that. It doesn't really matter. Like, we could obviously come up with some spiel for it, but the main idea being that currently the religion is one of the weaker aspects of the game. Of course, military is, hand in hand with that. But I do believe that a small fix probably wouldn't be so great. Like, we could just buff the worship capacity for the large temple, and it is probably needed. However, I do feel like a lot of people would be asking for more, or more of a permanent thing, because kind of that would feel like a band-aid solution. It probably is.
Also, I have a question about religion. There is a small curse and a large curse.
Yep.
But why is there only one blessing? Like, we could do a weak blessing and a
We could.
strong blessing.
Even if it's just staggered bonus.
I could get behind it.
That's about that, is that people often farm blessings. Like, I don't do that normally, but there are people who like put on extra temples to Neptune to get that blessing. And if they get unlucky and they get a small one, then you get locked out of the large one for, I think there's a cooldown of like 2 years or something, or a year. I don't know how long the cooldown is. But
it's between 1 and 2 years.
Yeah, basically. So this could kind of make that less reliable, and it is already kind of unreliable. So I don't know, because people do, like, if an city is aging and you just need to eke out extra year or two of population aging demographics, you just, try to get Venus super happy so that she reduces your age and ages up the kids to work in the code mines. And
I think like Neptune is like the only Not the only. So Neptune is the best blessing in my opinion. Then Mars is very like safe because you can just like get Mars and you can sit on Mars's blessing forever.
Yeah, you can save that.
Yeah, so you got Neptune, you got Mars, and then Mercury is situational.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Venus can lead to problems, and Terra is just kind of like weak because it just takes a few days for a farm to yield. So you at best gaining a few days.
Yeah, I mean,
If
Go
it's a big curse from series, it will take 2 months. So
yeah, but even that curse isn't as big as like, oh, I heard you like boats. How about no? That's a big problem.
Oh fuck, I hate that. Yeah, and they takes the delay on trader boats
On the road.
is 3 months. I think Philo told me lately.
no,
Yep.
it's more.
It's like half a year.
It's 80 days.
Yeah.
But a month has 16 days, so
Like almost a year, and it gets harder and very hard. That's the one thing that happens is these. I think they are staggered. We were balancing out before we
it's 5
joined
months.
the team.
5 months. Holy shit.
Before you guys joined the team, we were balancing the sandstorms and sea trade problems with Spilios. Because before, what could happen is they would not have a cooldown, and they could happen back to back. So you would potentially get so lucky that you have 3 months of trade, and now no trade again for 8 months. It's ridiculous. So yeah, now it's fair or fairer. You could still get unlucky, but I generally don't like the RNG stuff. Like I try to explain this with the collapsing iron mines, right? You know this event? Some maps have it. So before we had the option to automatically rebuild this and just take some money instead, what would happen is you would have to individually go, and my iron mine collapsed, and then go through the whole city, find that one collapsed mine, manually remove the ruins, manually repair it, or like put it back in. And that would happen every so often, and if you could have it happen pretty often, and it's just, what is the point of that thing? Like, it makes you micro, I guess, to do something, but it's very artificial. Like, it's not like adding any value. It's just wasting players' time. That's what it's doing. So, I mean, everyone that I know plays with the setting to just, replace it automatically.
Yeah.
And with the weather, I feel like we are going in the same direction. If we introduce the energy system, we would be going with the direction that, it's a setting, I'm just not gonna have it then, because why would I have this? But
yeah, but I think the event was fucked with the collapsing mines and clay pits. It would always collapse the same mine, and if you remove the mine, it would choose another mine. It wasn't really working.
I don't know. I never noticed. It's possible it worked like that.
And also Saphirax.
That's me.
Yeah, there is something about the Mars bug. Mars curse bug.
A what? Sorry?
The Mars curse bug.
The Mars curse, right?
Yeah. On the first Governor's Academia map, I got invaded by natives from
But they're
Mars.
not supposed to attack you because it's a peaceful map.
Exactly.
And there are no invasion points on that map either.
That's why they come from the road
to Rome.
to Rome. Yeah, the opposite one, I think.
Would have been funnier if they just spawned in the middle of a city.
That's the Gladiator Uprising. We already have that.
Oh no, but they don't. They don't spawn. They spawn from the buildings. I'm saying, what if get a function to find the geometric center of the map, and just spawn them there wherever it is. If it's in the middle of the lake, then they swim to the shore.
Yeah.
They emerge from the water. Isn't that there's a fucking book by Lovecraft, I think, where people come from the sea and start attacking the city?
Yeah, that's Lovecraftian.
Okay, hold on. I'm almost done. This is the last step. I just need to save the information to the save file. Everything is sort. The scenario version is being bumped.
Yeah, that was a massive tangent, but sorry for that. I didn't want to disrupt you.
Nah, that's good, mate. Here, Johan has just been so helpful, mate. I would have been stuck here forever. Great lad, top lad. I really recommend his programming services. Great pair programmer. Okay, so bumping this and bumping that. We need to do file IO. Where are the custom variables being saved? I think it's in the custom variables file here, right? Yes. Save state, and we're gonna do buffer write what? Buffer write U8 color group.
Yeah.
And load the version is here. Last new else if else variable color group read buffer like this. Okay, so now there's three cases. There's the case of oh shit. So this needs to become the else if. Right. It's late. I can just ask. No, I'm gonna do it myself because if it's gonna fuck up, then it'll take forever to find the error. So the first condition is if version of the scenario is higher than scenario test version bump 2. If it's higher than that, then that's the right one. So we do in the exact same order. So we do U8 I32, U8 I32, then raw, name length, display length. What the fuck? Do we have a oh no, there's raw and raw. Okay, checks out raw and U8 and U8. We have a U8 and we need one more U8. This. So this is the ideal situation. And then else if is the second one, which is version between scenario last no visible custom variables, and then there's else, and in the else what is it there? Shit. That doesn't make sense. I think this needs to be reversed. We start from the worst case scenario. Yeah. So the worst case scenario is that there is no dynamic, no custom variables at all, right?
So version is smaller than scenario,
no custom variables.
Yeah.
So that's the first case.
It's called last no custom variables, right?
Yeah, it's always called last something. So it's what was happening before you introduced the new version. So this is the last version where there was no custom variables. And in that case, this doesn't even trigger. I don't need that. I just realized it. Yep. We don't need that many cases. We just need... Holy shit, I messed it up so bad. I'm already so tired. If scenarios... This is the freshest one, then you do all of it. If it's not the freshest one, then you can still get the text display. Okay, text display.
can get the visible one, you can get the value, you can get the name of the variable.
Last no visible
Labels.
So this are these three. Sorry, these two. So in these cases, we just need to fill out the information for the color group. That's the only thing that's missing. Default color. No, default color is now 0. 0 is black.
Color mask none.
I think I need to adjust the fetcher here. Can't start with 0. Or you could just put 10, but that doesn't make any sense. It's unsigned. Should we just put 120? 8.
Yeah, you can do
255, right? That's the last one.
unsigned int and then -1.
Oh, yeah, that's the one.
If you
I was in the same file, right? Yeah, here. So you were saying that's a cast to unsigned int. No, that's unsigned har. Char. Unsigned car -1, like that?
yeah.
Just a sec.
Char is 8-bit.
Okay, I just need 5 minutes. You guys entertain the public with interesting conversations about the future features. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay.
Future features. We can't leak anything.
No, we're not allowed to. Also, do you watch the stream currently?
I'm watching it, but it's not super interesting for me because obviously I don't know how to code. So for me, I'm just looking at gibberish. Well, right now it is an editor, I know that.
Yeah. I just wanted to know because otherwise there wouldn't be as many people we would be talking to because there are 3
Oh yeah,
watching.
we are like, yeah, that's probably the 3 of us, so. Starting as a small channel is brutal. There's just so much competition.
Yeah.
On Twitch, yeah. You're getting lucky if you get like 10 viewers.
Hey, Sefi got more than 10 viewers.
Oh,
But only
followers, probably.
No, viewers,
Yeah.
but only on like one of his streams. Like it was.
Yeah, I know. It can happen. It depends on the time, everything. The stars need to align. But sometimes you have something super interesting to show, and just no one shows up. That's super depressing.
Yeah, but I don't think the same things are interesting for everybody. For example,
No,
he's coding,
of course.
nobody shows up. Pretty obviously, but I like when he codes. Like, it's interesting.
Okay. Let's call it a difference of opinion. It's necessary. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah, it's necessary.
Trying to work on the 3rd map for the Governess Academia right now. Just making some terrain.
Have to work on the model data XML. Don't want to.
Oh yeah, that's what we need to modify the stats. That'll be amazing.
No, you don't have to code it. You can do it via UI in the editor. Don't worry.
That's good. That's good. Yeah.
But it's not convenient.
So not even not convenient.
Like if you want to set every tree to cost 15 denarii instead of 12,
yeah,
then you have to go to every tree single, and you can't set all trees at once. So if you coded such replicate things, you can do very easily. by just copying and then pasting in. But I don't think that many people will do that anyway, because who would open an XML file and code his model data? That doesn't sound very fun.
Not in the XML, probably. I'd rather have the UI for that, that's for sure. But there are some legitimate maps where you would specify removing certain obstacles would be way more expensive. There probably needs to be a compatibility with the repair function, though. I imagine if you rebuild the ruins and the ruins have increased cost, it should account for that.
There's the count of the repair tool. It's 3 denarii. I think that can be changed. That can just be changed, but the rest of the cost, I would have to look at the cost calculations that he did.
Yeah, that's a minor thing. I don't. That's a knockoff Sephirox from Afghanistan.
What? What's okay? Bashir is from Kashmir, my friend.
Yeah.
Bashir, my son.
59.
You are adult programmer now. You must choose. Are you going to the code mines in Python? Write easy programs. Get clout.
Join the Taliban.
Or are you joining Taliban in the sea mines, where you take 6 hours to fill in a fucking drop-down button? Yeah, so and then I'm just like with that green headband. The next shot is just me with that green headband.
Maybe you should make a pigeon which looks like that.
No, IRA is a baklava. I'm talking about that green headband with the white writing on it.
Yeah, that's Iran.
Yeah, I thought it was Hamas.
Yeah. I mean, it operates everywhere, but Iran is like the main sponsor of that, and it's basically they are the most prevalent with this, especially with kids. They make them the martyrs, and they give them the headbands with the white. That's
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Horrid.
But yeah, we probably shouldn't have that on the pigeon. I'm sorry. As your
Yeah, no. My PR experts are warning me against that unanimously. I'm gonna drop several cases. I'm just gonna have one. Just like these statements.
What I found today, I found something that's absolutely cursed. Do you remember when I was making Mediolanum, Reconquered last update, and you were watching the stream, and we were talking about, oh, this is the autism island, and certain people
I remember that.
put a grenade on this.
Mm-hmm.
There is a guy on Reddit who posts the videos of his cities, and
Yeah.
there are some mistakes in there, but they're cool. He's beating the maps. That's all that matters, really. But immediately I noticed, spot on that island, there's a grenade.
Hell yeah!
Even having a block anywhere near that.
Hell yeah, man!
How did you do this?
I told you. I know what the autism craves.
Stream and then thought, gonna buy Eric with this.
And there is another thing I found on Reddit today. There is a Czech sub which specifically deals in promoting and sharing pictures of how big of a catch of psychedelic mushrooms someone found in the forest.
Holy shit.
Like, what the fuck? How is this online? It's like, that's not cool, man. So immediately I had to report that, but not sure if Fred's gonna do anything about that.
You don't you talk a lot about your job, but never in detail.
Because why would you want to hear about it? It's like, what is there to say? I mean,
I've heard that you work for the police.
Oh yeah, been doing that. This is my 12th year technically, but 2 of them were out, so 10.
So I was always wondering whether Commissar Marek is just a pseudonym, or are you actually a commissar rank in police?
Oh no, there is a commissar rank in Czechia, but it's different. In Germany, commissar is like an investigator, basically. in here, commissar is a higher officer. It's like a lieutenant or lieutenant, whatever you want to call that rank. That's closer to that here. But we also have a rank, and then we have a function. So I think commissar is technically a function, not a rank. However, these are people who like oversee a whole district. Basically, you have a bunch of small departments in a city, and then above that, there is a headquarters, and on the headquarters, you have someone handling like a lot of these departments together, and that's a commissar.
Got you. So that's not you.
No, I don't do that. I'm not. I don't have a university, so I can't expand my rank anymore. At my ceiling, I have been for 6 years, something like that. But what do I want to say? Something. Well, well, if you want to ask anything, you can. The name comes from 40k mostly, like Warhammer, so Commissar is from there. But also, it is a small nod to the job I do. I don't usually tell about it to like everyone unless someone asks. I don't feel protective about it. It's more that I feel like there are people who would take that as some kind of flex or whatever. So I don't talk about it unless someone asks about it.
Got you. So were you in the investigative branch, or?
Yeah, I'm doing an investigator. So I handle cases. I get assigned cases that happen on our department, and
Cool.
We are supposed to be 10 investigators on our department alone because we are like if you imagine the common crime that happens, most of it is handled by us, and then the important stuff gets forwarded to the criminal police. But
Like
we
you're
handle
way less, right?
what?
You're on 10. You are way less, right?
I don't know what you mean by that. I don't understand you properly.
You said that you.
Yeah, we are supposed to be 10. We are supposed to be 10.
10 people. You are less people.
We are 4 currently, and that is not good. So if you take a vacation, no one kind of gives a shit, and the cases keep piling up, and like, oh yeah, you've been away for 2 weeks, but this needed to be done in like the second day I assigned you this, and it's been here for like 10 days. So
There's some poor child waiting for its bike that got stolen 3 weeks ago.
Or, worse things. Like this.
Oh, let's not talk about the worst things.
Well, it's not the worst. We don't handle like murders or whatever. That's the criminal police's job, but we handle lots of stuff, even like threats.
Are you vaping right now?
Yeah.
I just heard this very characteristic a voice behind a plum of smoke. Yeah, so there is basically 4 of us. Love that.
It's not good.
No, it's not good for you. It's not good for anyone, children, adults. I quit smoking actually. I've smoked for I think 10 years. So I first tried to quit when I was 21, and that was already after smoking for a number of years. And I'm not gonna say how long, but I started too early. And then I was vaping for a couple of years. Then I was smoking on and off, and I am clean for over a year now. 12 months, not a gram of nicotine. Thank you very much. It's fucking horrible addiction, honestly. I was one of the worst things that happened to me. I'm saying this as if it happened at me. No, I was an active participant. I was a stupid child, and I got peer pressured, and
That's how it starts.
yeah, terrible addiction. Honestly, it wasted so many. First of all, so much money. Second of all, so much health, and third of all, so much stress. It was so stressful.
Yeah. There's another aspect of it though. It's been proven that, especially with vaping, what happens is that it burns out your dopamine receptors.
Yes.
So, like, you are just getting absolutely blasted every day with this, and then your regular kind of stuff that happens in life no longer feels the same just because of that, because you swamp your brain with this. So yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah, it does. It just burns out. It makes it very difficult to have any pleasure that isn't followed by a cigarette.
Yep.
Like you had a meal, you had a nice dinner, you gotta have a cigarette, otherwise it doesn't matter.
Basically. And it's awful in that, and it also it apparently targets your fight or flight response, sort of like when I watch coding. Oh yeah, that's also
Hey.
because it like constantly makes you aware of like that's the effect of it. Nicotine is like caffeine in a way; it makes you alert. And like yeah, that can be good sometimes, but if you constantly have it every single day, then your body's not really built around that. Like you're not supposed to be alert all the time, and it makes your brain kind of, tired. So over long-term use will lead to just how's it called, chronic tiredness or whatever can happen. Not to everyone, obviously, but I had that from this.
I'm missing saving thingy. It's not moving the information from the window. So in here in the window editor, after you select it, I need a callback because that's one final step. Now everything should be connected. Let's see if it saves at least. It's gonna be empty, but colors test. Exit. Colors test. Yeah, okay. So this works, it saves and it loads fine. You just need to call back the selection. I think I already have a stub for that. Color.
So the label of the variable should be blue now, but the label draw function with the blue color mask looks very grayish. Not blue.
The masks can be adjusted. These mostly just placeholders. I just had a few goes at like pastel stuff that I was trying out earlier for Empire, and I had a couple of values left, so I just reused them and then asked Copilot to, not Copilot, ChatGPT to figure out the last 3 so that we have 10 instead of 7. Okay, so button edit color. This needs to be a callback, not to a generic button. That's a constant complex button, and I think that the callback for the complex button is just complex button. Okay, that's great. So don't do that. So the callback here, we have a parent. We need to set the parent's parameter to be the chosen option. So if there's going to be data callback. Okay, custom variable target ID. Yeah, I can get that. That can be reused. ID, custom variable IDs, target index. That's great. That should work. Drop down button, button user data. This is going to be the parent one. So we need to set dd buttons 0 parameters 2 equals selected index. Yeah, I think selected index. Custom variable setup color group. Set color group? No, that is not necessary. Window request refresh, yes. We also need to save that for the variable, so we need get variable. Is it custom variable get? Get custom. I am in the fucking file. I don't have a function to get custom variable. Are you kidding me?
Isn't it called custom variable get? the other way around.
Scenario custom variable get. You might. I think that's. You just need to open with scenario. Custom variable there. Okay. Get ID by name. No. Get name. No. Get. I just want to get. Can I just get it, please? This is create count. Holy shit.
Maybe it's called get by ID. No.
Check the header.
Yeah.
Exist. What returns one? Nothing returns one. It's only eternal, I think. Yeah, it's static. You can't get the variable. So the color setter needs to set okay, custom variable color group. So custom variable set color group, and that's going to be ID and comma color group. And here, I don't want another function. I already have a function. Get variable and variable color group. Color group. Yeah. No, this gets color, and this is a setter. So this is going to be void. And there needs to be another one, which is color t, scenario custom variable color group that get variable ID, color ID, return color. Okay, great. Yeah.
Did you play the second mission of the Academia?
Yes, I did get to the place where I was supposed to unlock towers, but they didn't unlock, and I went back to testing, to programming. Did you fix that already? We'll have a go at it later.
Yeah, it's fixed.
Perfect.
The file is in the channel. I was more asking about a different thing. What do you think about the pre-built starting block?
I like it. I think I said it already.
Like it? Yeah, I mean, I want to have the third mission. I'm working on the terrain for it right now, and I think you mentioned that we could have an opposite situation where you start with like a possible expansion, but your labor at the start will not suffice to staff all the industry that's on the map. So you need to mod well strategically.
Yeah.
Yeah, we probably want that. So the pre-build block, I try to make it as good as possible. I think it's 48 houses, which is really good for 20.
Oh yeah, the block is amazing. Like this is one of the main reasons why I like it, especially in the tutorial, because it shows how you exactly the extent of what, like how far you can get with that.
That was the idea, because I need to teach the adaptability. Like I can't just make the tutorial always have 22x6 lined up, because that's not realistic. And also, isn't it the most fun when you actually have an area like a cliff and you just make the block adhere to it? And
For
it's
sure.
Efficient. It's just that it's not a straight line. That's the trap that a lot of new people kind of fall into. Like they learn the block and they go like, oh, this is I always will only build this, and then they figure, oh, I can't fit it. So I guess I'm not gonna play that map then. But the solution usually is just adapt. So hopefully that's gonna, show them how to do that.
Yeah, for sure. I think that's a good idea.
Back to the mines.
I am just so close. This is like finally. I've been talking about the final stretch since 7 p.m. Set color group ID.
Grow mangoes on Tahiti after you finish it.
A what? Sorry? Pardon?
You have a plan? Did you not play Red Dead Redemption?
No. I mean,
Savage.
I did partially watch my wife play it, but I was playing Elden Ring on the second monitor. So I was watching her play on the left screen, and I was playing Elden Ring on the main one. So
there's a meme about it. It's even if you don't play the game, there's a guy in that game. You are part of criminal gang in that game.
I know Dutch.
basically
I know Dutch.
A gang, yeah. And Dutch, basically, they are running from the law, running from their enemies as well in the other gangs. And then he always says, I have a plan. I just need a little bit more money, and we will go and we will go to Tahiti, and we will grow money.
Okay, yeah,
Constantly that.
absolutely. Yeah, that's me with every single feature.
So you finish this, and then everything will be great. We'll solve the world hunger.
But
Okay.
can you tell me, do you have a plan for native rework?
No. I have a plan to avoid it.
Why is the color mask blue if you selected the color black?
Because it's not working. Yeah. What else can I tell you? Oh no, I actually know why that is. It's not fetching the information. So I set it to save, but I didn't set it to fetch. So in here.
The memory really efficient.
In. Oh, okay. So, when it's setting up, you need to check whether there are already variables, and if there are, oh, so there probably is something that writes those, right? Where are the custom variables stored?
In a list.
Yes, but okay, where is the code that writes to those fields?
Oh man, Steffi, why do you always have to ask such complicated questions? I didn't make this system for variables, yeah?
Nobody made it. It just appeared out of nowhere. It's not. Don't worry about the fact that every single line's blame says Jose Cadete. Just do not worry about that. You're here for bigger things. This is a draw variable item, and I think this is where this needs to be. Draw number, yeah, because this draws number, text, centered, button border, draw, yeah. Name here. So this is where we need to fetch the color, and this is where the color needs to be applied.
It tells me that there are two contributors to that file. First one is Jose Cadete. Second one is Teshirex.
So someone needs to build so someone can ruin.
No, that might be through Delios.
Right. Yeah, Jose Cadete is Crudelius. Okay, var color needs to be set to.
There's another guy who's also Jose, and he's a translator. So I was confused.
Yeah. This needs to be overwritten. So this is after the init. After the population list. This is in drawing? Yes, this is in drawing. So this will run every frame, so that's good. Oh, just like this. So this unhides it. That's exactly what I need. Color drop-down options, item index. Don't need to do item index because we are already doing that in. Are we not? This is the drop-down. And from drop-down we need first button 0. Yeah. And from that we need parameters, and we need parameter 2, and that's var color. There. But also the name. So not only the parameter, but we need to set the sequence. How did I usually set the sequence with this one? Show the sequence of the origin. Oh, so this is selected index. Oh, so I don't need to set the parameter, I think. I think I just need to set the index. Selected index. Why doesn't he like that? Because there are buttons here. That. And this is not selected index. What is it? Where's the fucking selected index? Did I just imagine a selected index?
Selected index in data.
This is for the drop-down button. The drop-down button has a selected index. Drop-down button, complex button. Oh yeah, it's here. Oh yeah, so this is, I was looking at complex button, it's in the drop-down button. Drop-down button selected index. This arbitrary value carried by selected option. Because you can use both with the drop-down, which makes it more complicated. So the drop-down button dd is this bit, and then we can do dd selected index equals var color. I think. We'll see. We'll see in a moment. Just one warning. Don't worry about that. Nothing bad ever happen. Nothing bad can ever happen. Only good can happen.
Only good can happen, sure.
Okay, green. Wait, it doesn't transfer the color. That's fine. The question is, it doesn't get it. Why? Fuck. We select green.
It's a very bluish green.
Shh. I know that the style doesn't get transferred, but why? I think I might need the other parameter that I actually cancelled this. Might need that. I know. Okay. It's not here that it's not this. It's I never assigned this bit. Yeah. Complex button, and that bit never got assigned. Yeah. There we go. Oh, boo. In here on left click handler, like that. Load the file. No. ID, custom variables, target, data target index. I don't need that, I think. Where do I store the custom variable ID? Where is it stored in here? It should be in the target index. Okay, I have a feeling that what's happening is the target index is only set if you hover button variable checkbox. Oh, this is selected. Target index minus one. No, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, it is. But the question is, where is it set? Because I can only see no selection here. Variable item click. You have to click on it. I don't like that. We can just use the index of the... Yeah. This is going to be the index of the... It's not. If you start scrolling, then it's going to go out of sync. So we have to store the ID in the parameters of the complex button. Total variables, this, yada yada. Custom variables in use. I hate it. I forgot I'm gonna have to deal with scroll bars sooner or later.
Also, didn't you want to do an UI rework? Wasn't that something in the to-do list?
Yeah, everything's on the to-do list. This is, you know, we talk about, hey, when are we gonna do this? When are we gonna do that? You see me struggle with a button for 6 hours. When do you think I'm gonna do the UI rework?
You mentioned at some point buttons are not your thing.
No, okay, that is a lie. Buttons are my thing. It's just that the system here is extremely complicated and it's very unwieldy for me. I like designing UIs. This is why I spend so much time on this shit. I spent a week designing the sidebar and I'm still not 100% satisfied with it, but at the time I lacked the skills to do it, and then after that I lacked time to go back to it. But I developed my skills a bit since June.
You mean you refined your pickaxe?
That's exactly right. It was the summer of love. Love for C. Okay, I just need to figure out where...
Have you been
Go on.
the project? Time has been flying like crazy.
Since May.
It's been like half a year? Yeah.
Yeah, half a year.
Crazy. But you've done a ton of work for half a year. Like,
Fuck yeah, man.
People didn't do nearly as much.
Yeah, for example, me.
You see why? I'm stubborn as fuck.
It's a good trait for a slave, isn't it?
Yeah.
You could say that, I guess. Derogatory, but yes, but true. I could just set the parameter 1, but I don't know where to get that from. Parameter 1 equals... I could start with I. So this is gonna work without the scroll bar. You start scrolling, it breaks. But it works up to 13, so just tag it as a test for up to 13. So the parameter 1 is then set to I, which is the index. This is going to be true for custom variables up to a point. And here the ID, we can take that from button parameters 1. If I figure out a better way to get the index, then I'll do it. At the moment, it is what it is. I can just add the offset of the grid box.
To what? I'm not following playthrough.
It doesn't matter, I'm just talking to myself. The most important shit. Eat a dick. What is the problem? 0. And the color group is... Okay. What did I pass it? Selected index is -1 if none. So we have to do this. If dd selected index equals -1, but dd comes from button user data. So start with that. follow up by if we can just do if selected index is less than 0, then do nothing. Start again. So close and yet so far.
So close. About 3 hours, we are very close.
You can stop the sass. We all know. Oh, I didn't need to cast it again. I've already done that. Well, I guess it's a garbage variable that I just accepted. Do it again. Cool. Come on, let's do fun stuff. Load the map.
Fun, yes.
Fun is colorful.
It doesn't work at all. That's fun.
Yeah.
Wait,
At least it doesn't lie now. Now everything what is blue, it stays blue. It doesn't tell you it's green.
my days. Button article. Oh. Hold on. I'm looking at the debugger now. So I've clicked that first button, and now it's clearer to me. They need to have more information. Those buttons. They need to have more information. And also, the sequence is missing the 0. It starts with blue. I guess we can get it to just start with blue, and then just assign 0 to it by that virtue. But when you create a dropdown and you initiate it, what does it default to as this selected index?
Isn't it 0?
It's either -1 or 0. I think it's -1. According to the documentation, it's -1, and that'll explain the memory runout error.
One, you scrolled over it, I think.
Yeah, selected index. So when I get to this point and we have this button, it has parameters. I guess we could just store it in one of the many parameters that we've got. And I guess that is the way to go about it. Parameter 1, so parameter 0 should be its index within, okay, I know how to do that. Can't explain it, but I know how to do it.
Yeah. That's very often. I talk to myself when I'm programming. It's very helpful.
I don't really even have to use it because that is always going to be the same as J, which is just, so J is just the index of the complex button within the dropdown, and it defaults to -1, in which case we have to skip sets. No, we don't have to. We don't have to skip setting. If selected index is less than 0, then selected index is 0. And go on. That's just going to be blue.
You know what probably would have helped if you wouldn't have called them I and J, because it would probably be a bit easier if you have called them something like complex button index.
True.
And drop down button index.
That would absolutely be true. What is the issue here? ID. What is ID screwing up? ID is 1. What?
Why is ID 1?
No, it isn't. ID is 0. Is there no 0 variable? Do they start ordering at what? Yeah. They start ordering at 1. Okay, that's not a problem. Just add 1. And note down this is a one-based index for custom variables. And try again. But then, are we gonna get off? No, we're not gonna get out of order. That's okay. See, this matching is just horribly boring. Like this is, we are way past creative stage of things.
We're trying to hunt which indexes are zero based, which are one.
Exactly. Okay, so we'll click the button.
I didn't see the progress.
Yeah, now we're stuck.
Yeah.
This is stuck again. Okay, yes.
Use the AI for it.
We can. You know what? We can do a Hail Mary and just say fix it.
Yeah, I mean, it's worth the
Make
shot.
a backup before you do it.
Oh, for sure.
You can reverse it.
Oh.
Make another branch, clone your current process, commit it, claim it, make it another branch, and hope Claude won't delete it.
I think at the moment the issue is that
Crucify me, Vitas.
I think it's not setting okay, so it's activating left click handler before it sets the index. Only now it sets the index. So we are working off an unselected index basically. And now, boom, index has been selected. Not great. Oh, but there's a selected callback for the drop down. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. So I was smarter than I anticipated myself to be. We need to set the...
You know that AI auto-completed that command for you.
Which one? That one? I tried it myself. I know you're hating on me for using AI. That's fine. Yeah. I can... everyone's got a reason to hate me. And I am okay with that. I'm not chocolate. Draw variable item. Okay, so we just need to set the left click handler. Let me check where I set the left click handlers. Here, but this is for the... So I'm gonna need 2 left click handlers. One needs to be for the individual option, and the other one needs to be for the drop down button. So when you select something, then the drop down button runs its left click handler. Oh, so I don't actually need this one. I only need to set the left click handler for the entire drop down. So for this color drop downs, here color drop downs, left click handler is going to be with an arrow. No. Is it like this again? Something stupid. Is it gonna be
Why should do an arrow? Oh, it's a pointer now.
dd and I equals that. Oh. And now dd left click handler. No? Drop down button has a left click handler. No, it doesn't. It has a selected callback. That explains it.
Only complex buttons have.
Yeah. And this...
As you said, it's not a button.
And this gets a drop down button as a... So it needs to change that. Drop down button. And on the top, it's drop down button. button. And so when we get down to it, so okay, that makes way more sense because this is going to be way easier to set up. We don't need any parents or anything. So this only goes on selection. So the selected index will already be set here. So this is definitely going to be 1 or above. Don't need to worry about that. So this can go away. And the ID that we are looking for is going to be the selected index. And let's name this not button, but dropdown. So dropdown selected index is the ID. So that is going to be the color. Right, yes. And we need to set this to this, selected index, refresh. I think that works. And the button 0 parameters too. This might not be necessary, but we'll test that. Might not be necessary. Not the best way to do it. The compiler said might not be the best way to do it. Dude, nothing here is the best way to do it. Let's pump up the techno and finish this job. Colors test. Okay, no breakpoint. Again. How is it possible? Does it ever do the callback? What the fuck? Handler origin. I think I left one more handler by accident. Yeah. Okay. The 37th time is the charm.
Of course.
Let's fucking go.
My favorite number.
Let's fucking go.
Functions without AI. Crazy.
Okay, we had a reset. Why did reset?
Because it didn't load. One of those.
Set code. Yeah. I think it's just the. Let me show you something. It works. It's just the display is not following up. It's not loading the right color of the bet. So once you set it, the display doesn't like load back the actual one. But okay, so this is working. I just need to finish the design. I'm gonna fucking hand it over to you, Marek. There you go. This is the thing.
You have it ready?
Yep.
That's great. So what does it do exactly? It's the variable grouping thing that I needed.
Yep.
It's the coloring.
Yeah, okay, and you can color it as well.
You select colors, yeah.
And that's for individual variables or just for the groups?
Every single variable you can give it a group.
Oh, okay.
And you have up to 10 groups.
Okay.
And they are
You know
color
what's the
coded.
next step? You are gonna hate me, but
Yeah.
you know what's the next step? If you could show like icons, like clay, next to that.
Yeah.
Build it.
Text components.
Okay, so two-part answer to that. At the moment, it's not worth it.
Yeah.
Because me and Crudelius have a plan.
You got a plan.
We got a plan. I just need some time. It's some money.
Okay.
And we're going to have 5.0. And it's gonna be glorious. Okay,
Okay.
I trust.
real talk. We have a plan for like Caesar or Augustus themed emojis. We have two possible implementations, but basically we would like everyone to be able to use common icons from Caesar in messages, in any text. So basically, you know how you can currently type oh, Jesus Christ, it's custom events.
You typed in
What do you
custom
mean? The number,
variables.
the square brackets number.
Yeah,
Track
that.
variables. Or
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Uh,
Display variable, not track. Tracking is handled with the event.
yeah, I don't know why it crashed. I'll figure it out. But yeah, you know how you can add stuff like in brackets. Then we want also to add stuff like these icons to be easy called and
yeah.
interpreted in the same way. So you know you would type in, for example,
Square bracket
hashtag
play.
wine,
Oh, yeah.
or you know hashtag
Okay,
pottery,
yeah.
hashtag Caesar.
But I would have to use the XML for this, right?
No,
No.
Also variable names.
yeah, everything. It would just be a text resolver.
Uh-huh. Sounds good.
But
Because I
special
imagine like
there are
showing like the groups or whatever next to the not requests, but the goals would be really good as well for the tutorial. But as you said, it's probably not worth right now to go into that.
Absolutely not, because it doesn't require a lot of work in the editor itself and in the parts that me and Johan are working on. It requires work in completely different part of the engine. It would require work in fonts and text resolution. So it possibly wouldn't even require a save version bump, depending on what characters are currently allowed in certain places. But I think it wouldn't even require that. So it's basically a change to fonts. We have been looking at one. So one of the implementations that we're looking at with Crudelius is that in fonts we have certain. We could just create another font, right? So we have mappings here for Greek, Japanese, Cyrillic, Czech, Eastern. Yeah, just create a new one.
Special characters.
Exactly, and you just map them. That is one implementation, but then you have to have a resolver that finds the specific characters and replaces them. The other thing is to just expand on the concept of rich text, which we already have, where you can do stuff in the messages, right? Like art is a header or something, right?
I don't know what it is, but
the @ sign, this.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So it's either that or fonts. So yeah, we have an idea, but this is like less of a priority because there's a fuck ton of other things to do, and as Johan keeps insisting, there's a lot of stuff to fix. So the current my current plan is I want to close this PR this week. I want to close the scope, polish it off, get rid of all the bullshit that I put in there, resolve all the stuff that is currently a stub or a beta implementation, bug fix, and before the end of the week, push it to master. We're gonna have to bump down the version, versions Prulo. So
bump them down. You mean like it's gonna ruin saves or something?
No, so yes, it would ruin saves, but we're just gonna spare you from that and gonna have the final iteration save in the backwards version, basically. It doesn't matter. You don't have to understand it. Yeah, but basically we are increasing the versions right now. So go on. Sorry, Johan.
We can fix your saves.
Basically, yeah. We're gonna break them, but we're gonna save them as well.
Yeah, it's very easy. Just have to change one number, one hexadecimal number.
If you know where it is.
Yeah, in safe games it's a bit more difficult to know where it is, but
in scenarios it's at the very top.
It's very straightforward because a big version stands before it. Then there is 00 and then the version number. Then there is 3 bytes or 4. Then there's 3 bytes 0 and then you have 05 as next byte.
Yeah. So basically, the saves are fixable. We are going to brick them, but we just before we merge, we are going to reverse all of the damage that we have done. So I think that's it. Okay, I'm gonna go off stream because I'm so tired, and I'm gonna finish this visual, and I'll send the version on Discord when it's ready.
Great. I'll probably be able to take a look at it tomorrow after work, unless I'm busy. Don't know yet. So we'll see.
Colorful variables grouping working. Display doesn't load correctly. Scrolling still broken. Works up to 13 variables. Those are easier things to fix though. Okay, so these two PRs are what? 600 lines. Not PRs, those two comments. Cool.
Cool.
Good stream, guys. Good stream. Where is it? How long has it been?
5 hours.
Is it just... Yeah. Oh my god, it's going to be 5 hours and 28 seconds. It's going to be a perfect stream to close it there. Alright guys, we have 20 seconds. Thank you very much everyone for watching. Thank you Marek and Johan for joining me. I had a blast. That was lovely. It was lovely chatting to you. Thank you for keeping everyone occupied when I was busy. And we're going to have grouped colorful variables and it's going to be glorious. It's going to be beautiful. It's going to make Augustus great again. 3 seconds. Guys, want to add anything?
No.
Yeah.
See you. Bye.